Grant County, but like I mentioned, it has been expanded and is moving east-southeast at around 25 miles per hour. Now, there is a bit of a concern. There is a little bit of rotation within. The severe thunderstorm warning in Grant County has expanded to include Lafayette and Iowa County. Now, this is until 7:15 p.m. We could see wind gusts up to 60 miles per hour and hail up to a quarter inch in diameter, an inch in diameter, about the size of a quarter. Now, the first warning is still in effect until 7 p.m., but as I mentioned, it has been expanded into 7:15 p.m. Now, there is a bit of concern of rotation with the storm, so it may be upgraded to a tornado warning, and it's moving east at 25 miles per hour, kind of east-southeast. So here are a few towns that will be impacted by it over the next 15 to 30 minutes. Now, looking at the velocity, like I mentioned, there is a bit of a concern of rotation. So if there is rotation, it would be right around this area, just to the north of Ellenboro. And if we have a image of the Platteville Skycam, you can kind of see this is the storm, kind of starting to see that rotation a little bit. Hopefully, we don't see a funnel cloud reach the ground, but we'll continue to bring updates on this storm. Like I mentioned, there's a chance it could be upgraded to a tornado warning, but until then, a severe thunderstorm warning in effect for Lafayette and Iowa County until 7:15 p.m. Map off, okay. Meteorologist Jacob Montesano, we have a potentially dangerous situation developing near Platteville. You're looking live at the Platteville tower cam pointing due north. We have a wall cloud, possible tail cloud forming. There's only a severe thunderstorm warning in effect with this storm, but as you can see, there is a possible funnel kind of rotating around right now. If we look at the specific storm, if the graphics will load up, it is just to the north of Platteville. We are seeing quite a bit of hail on the northeast end of this storm as well. And this specific severe thunderstorm could produce wind speed up to 60 miles per hour and hail up to an inch in diameter. But there is a concern about a possible funnel rotating. Now, there isn't a tornado warning with this storm yet, but there very well could be one within the next 20 minutes or so. Let me fix this one right here. So it is moving east at around 25 miles per hour. So kind of east-southeast more so. So it looks like if there is a funnel rotating, it looks like it will head right towards Belmont. It probably will stay to the north of Platteville, but if you're in Platteville, I would stay inside right now, because if this dips to the south and does form, we could see some pretty significant wind on the bottom edge of this storm. If we look at the storm relative velocity, kind of that bright green just to the east of, I believe that is Highway AD. I'm not too familiar with this area, so I apologize if that's incorrect, or maybe that's just 80, but the bright green you're seeing just to the east, that's where the strongest winds are occurring right now. Again, there is no tornado on the ground, but there is a funnel possibly forming, and there's also no tornado warning with this system. Now, looking at the hail track, we have seen some pretty nice hail with this system. Hail has been up to 1.5 inches in diameter, so that's almost at the significant severe level, which is 1 3/4 inch diameter. So we got a pretty powerful storm just to the north of Platteville. Let me move the camera over again, and right here where the cone is, for some reason the cone has moved. Let me fix this cone right here. So the big concern is right here where we could possibly see a funnel form, and it's moving around east-southeast at 25 miles per hour. So if you're in Belmont, get indoors right now. And if you're in Platteville, I also suggest you get indoors, especially the northern portion of Platteville. And to the north of that, we are seeing a good amount of rain and hail. So we could see some localized flooding. Also, some hail is possible with this storm. So if you're just tuning in, we have a powerful, dangerous thunderstorm right now near Platteville. For sure, we are seeing hail up to 1.5 inches in diameter. As I mentioned, we are concerned about a possible funnel. Now, unfortunately, the tower cam will be blocked if we move it any further towards the funnel. And Alex is here with an update. I believe that is. So it looks like the severe thunderstorm warning has extended until 8. So let me get the bulletin on that. So this is also for Lafayette and Iowa County. Yes, and that is large hail that we are expecting. That's about golf ball, even a bit larger, 2-inch hail. So at the very least, even if there isn't a funnel, there is some substantial hail with this system. So definitely stay indoors if you can. Try to bring your car into your garage, because this hail can do quite a bit of damage. The National Weather Service reports people and animals outdoor will be injured. Expect hail damage to roofs, siding, windows, and vehicles, and expect wind damage to roofs, siding, and trees. So we have a very strong thunderstorm. It is moving southeast now at 20 miles per hour. So it was moving east-southeast, now it's moving southeast. And on top of the hail and wind threat, as I mentioned, there also is a concern about a possible funnel rotating right at the edge of the cone where it starts. That's the biggest concern. Again, moving southeast it's now at 20 miles per hour. So here, let me fix that for 20 miles per hour. Yeah, very, very dangerous storm possible. Get indoors, because there is large hail with the system up to 2 inches in diameter. We'll take a break right now, but just reminder, if you are in the Platteville area and the Belmont area, especially, also Mineral Point, Mifflin, Waldwick, I'm not 100% sure if I'm pronouncing these towns correctly, Darlington, definitely get indoors, because this hail could definitely produce significant damage to both animals and people, along with cars. So if you are in the path of the storm, bring your car inside and stay inside. We'll take it back to regular programming, but we'll continue to update you with more details.
Yep, and
Let me know if you want me to switch to anything, okay?
yep, let's do it.
I'll be on mic as well, but I won't talk unless.
Hi there, folks. I'm meteorologist Alex Harrington with a severe weather bulletin here. This is a live shot right now with our Queen Bee radio Skycam in Platteville. What you're seeing here behind me, unfortunately, the storm is moving right where our camera is right now. But what we're seeing here behind this camera, and we'll move that camera here in just a moment, is a lowering. And we now do have a tornado warning in effect for southwestern Lafayette County and south central Wisconsin. This goes in effect until 7:45 p.m. The storm is capable of producing a tornado according to our bulletin here from the National Weather Service as it moves to the southeast at 25 miles per hour. Also, hail to the size of 2 inches in diameter. That's very destructive hail that's possible. That would be behind the camera here over portions of southwestern Iowa County and northwestern portions of Lafayette County. Joined with Jacob Montesano as well here, folks, as we track the tornado warning here for the northwestern portions of Lafayette County. This would be just to the south and east of Platteville. This is just where our Skycam was showing that possible rotation. We've been relaying that information to the National Weather Service. So our Skycam is showing what's going on outside here, folks. South of Belmont, this would be north and west of Shullsburg, north and east of Cuba City. This is radar indicated tornado, which means there is not a tornado on the ground at this time. Hail to 2 inches in diameter. That hail would be over the Belmont area, over the southwestern portion of Iowa County, south and west of Mineral Point. And Jacob, if we could take a look at our velocity product as well here, folks, the velocity, as Jacob moves it here to the south and towards the east. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, this is looking more stout, more indicative of rotation. What you're seeing here is air that's moving towards the radar and air that's moving away from the radar. So this would put, if there is rotation along Highway 151 between Platteville, south and west of Belmont, just east of Highway 80, and Jacob's going to track this here as it moves off to the south in the east at 25 miles per hour here. This is moving out over farmland area between Belmont, Cuba City, Darlington, and north and west of Shullsburg. But we were just showing on our Skycam that lowering, that tail cloud. We've been showing that here on Channel 3 here for the past 30 minutes or so. We've been showing you folks again that we have the possibility here of a tornado. And Jacob, if you can just step back one and look at our other velocity product, I'll show folks here again where we're thinking the possibility of rotation is across the area. It would be to the east of Platteville, south and west of Belmont. Again, what we're looking for is green against red. So air that's moving towards the radar, and we're looking at air that's moving away from the radar. That would put this just south and west of Highway 151, just south and west of Belmont. Again, on our Skycam just a few moments ago, we were looking at that lowering, that tail cloud. So at this point in time, folks, if you are over portions of south and east of Platteville, south and west of Belmont, north of Cuba City, this is a tornado warning, folks. This is in effect. And as this storm moves off towards the south and towards the east, that would put this potential tornado, and we're getting an update here with our radar, north of Cuba City, north and west of Shullsburg, and just south and west of Belmont. Thanks, Jacob. As we, this would put this also to the north of Elk Grove. What we're looking at here is, again, green against red. And Jacob, if we can go back one scene and take a look at the other velocity product as well, that may help us here. Yeah, thank you very much. Let's go back and look at our reflectivity and the warning as well here so that we can show folks also what's going on. Tornado warning for the northwestern portion of Lafayette County. We had that severe thunderstorm warning as well for the southern part of Iowa County, the rest of Lafayette County, just north and west of Darlington. And let me explain what's going on here.
Before you continue, I do want to mention, on top of the tornado warning, we have hail 2 inches in diameter for Darlington, Wyoda. So definitely get indoors, even if you are not under the tornado warning, because we have very large hail with this storm. Yeah, thanks very much, Jacob. What we're seeing here is a rotating thunderstorm. We call this a supercell. Where this would be right now would be just east of Platteville.
and this would be moving towards the south and towards the east of I-80, where you're seeing the flashing there. That is a radar indicated tornado warning for the northwestern portion of Lafayette County. Thank you, Jacob. I'll step out of the way here, see if we have any towns in the path of this storm here. Ipswich, as we head towards 7:18 p.m. as the storm rolls off towards the south and towards the east at about 25 miles per hour. And what we're seeing though here is in our what we call our reflectivity, the reds and the greens, we're seeing what we call a hook echo. This would be just east of Platteville, just north of Cuba City, although another thunderstorm here has popped up. And this other thunderstorm actually may be a good thing because it cuts off that warm, humid air that moves into this portion of the thunderstorm. If it does that, that may actually weaken the storm that is currently tornado warned. We'll certainly be keeping an eye on that as well. And as Jacob was mentioning, we have the tornado warning here for northwestern Lafayette County. That's why we're staying on here, folks. Anytime we have tornado warnings and it's affecting our commute.
Right now, Platteville's a pretty populated area
Yeah, absolutely.
in our viewing area, so.
Yeah, that's correct. It's over the just east of the Platteville area, as I was mentioning before. So that's why we're staying on here, folks. Providing
I want to take a second
coverage.
look at the hail track. Yeah, very large hail is expected with this system. So, this is not just a tornado. This is not just a tornado. This isn't the only hazard with the storm.
Yeah, thank you, Jacob. I appreciate you mentioning that. We have the tornado potential and we have the hail potential the size of 1.5 inches in diameter. That's quite hefty. And Jacob, what I'm going to do here, if you don't mind, I'll switch spots with you as we track this tornado warning over portions of Lafayette County and the severe thunderstorm warning for the rest of Iowa and portions of Lafayette County, because I'm going to move our sky cam, folks. And so we'll run the radar here. We're going to do a little toss off here between Jacob and myself. And I'm going to actually change our camera
what's dangerous
here.
about this system is if there is a tornado on the ground, it looks like it's pretty rain wrapped, so you won't be able to see it. Definitely get indoors. Again, if you're in the Belmont area, Elk Grove area. Thankfully, when I used that cone and showed the path, there weren't a lot of towns listed, but still, very large hail is expected on the north end of it. This is the Platteville Skycam. Heavy rainfall. The tornado, if it is on the ground, it's going to be right here, so you're not going to be able to see it. So stay indoors, definitely. Thankfully, it looks like it missed the main part of Platteville and is starting to move out. But yeah, unfortunately, the rain is just a little too heavy right now for us to be able to see anything. And these are typically the most dangerous types of tornadoes. If you remember several years ago, obviously it's likely not to the extent of that, but the Joplin tornado was rain wrap, which was why it was so destructive. So yeah, here, if there is a tornado, it's likely right here between Platteville and Belmont, moving southeast, more like kind of starting to move more southeast. So if you're in Elk Grove, definitely get indoors right now. And as I mentioned, all the blue you're seeing on the radar right here, that's hail. So we're seeing very large hail on top of the possible tornado with this system. So it's a very powerful storm. There's the severe thunderstorm warning in effect until 8 p.m. Yeah, 2 inches in diameter. That's not far off from the size of a baseball. That's larger than a golf ball. I want to mention we're getting close to tennis ball size hail. So Darlington, Willow Springs, even as far north as Mineral Point, possibly we could see this large hail. Again, if you're in the Belmont area, stay indoors. At this point, it's likely the worst is right over you. Not saying that there's the tornado over you, but very large hail. So for the tornado, it looks like Lead Miners Memorial Park and Shoalsburg could be seeing the possible tornado move through. But again, the Elk Grove area, it looks like it's kind of moving more to the south rather than to the east now. So if you're in the Elk Grove area, definitely get indoors. And if you're over here, Darlington, Wyoda, I'm not sure how to pronounce the name of this town, but the best thing you could do right now is get your car inside the garage, because hail this large could definitely produce a lot of destruction. So here are the towns that are going to be impacted by the hail. I'm not going to go through all of them, but you can see them for yourself. This is within the next 15 or 30 minutes. So again, stay indoors, bring your cars inside, bring your pets inside. If they have to go to, if you're outside of the warning, you may have a little bit of time to maybe let your pets go to the bathroom if they need to. But again, if you're in the severe thunderstorm warning, just stay inside. And especially if you're in the Elk Grove area, Belmont area, there's a possible tornado. Based on the velocity that we are seeing, it looks like the velocity has gotten a little bit better, which is the good news. But it seemed like right when it crossed 151, I would have guessed there was probably pretty close to a tornado on the ground. But right now it does look a little bit better, but still a very dangerous situation. Green is going into the radar, red is going away from the radar. So when you have high readings of both very close to each other, that seems to indicate tornadoes. Thank you, Alex. He's kind of pointing, he's kind of using the arrows to show how the green is the wind going this way and the red is the wind going this way. And so right in the middle you have Elk Grove, where there could be some rotation. It doesn't look like there is as significant of a reading on the velocity as there was about 5 minutes ago, which is a good thing. Thankfully, it kind of split between Platteville and Belmont. I just heard the warning go off, so there could possibly be an updated situation. And this is the hail. The yellow is 1.5 inches in diameter. Again, this is, we've been mentioning, you know, if you're just joining us, there is a very strong severe thunderstorm. There is a tornado warning just to the east and south of Platteville. Thankfully, it looks like the worst has missed Platteville, but just to the north and east of this, there is a good amount of hail falling as well. So again, Elk Grove, Belmont, at this point, just stay inside. Get to the lowest, most interior portion of your home if you're in Elk Grove. Thankfully, though, it does look like the rotation has diminished a little bit, but we could still possibly see a tornado refire. Again, like what Alex mentioned, the storms to the south have really helping because it kind of prevents a lot of the humid air from reaching the tornado. But there is going to be quite a bit of rainfall with this system as well. So there's the tornado warning, 7:45 p.m. for Lafayette County. And again, hail 2 inches in diameter. That looks like that is going to continue. So Shoalsburg, new diggings, definitely prepare now. You still probably have about 5 to 10 minutes. So I would suggest getting your car inside, getting all your family inside and your pets. The hail on top of the possible tornado could do a lot of damage, especially to people unprotected. Some other things you could possibly do if this is for only areas outside the storm. If you're inside the storm, stay inside at this point, but possibly bring your garbage cans or loose items to something that's being blocked from 2 different directions, just so it doesn't get blown away, because we also have 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. So if you have, like, if your home is shaped where it's kind of in a 90-degree angle, maybe you want to put the garbage can or loose items in that corner, because if the wind is blowing from one direction or the other direction, it will blow into the area you're putting it in, and the other areas are let's say, for example, it's your house, those will get blocked from the wind. So you don't want some loose items flying away. And we are seeing some pretty heavy wind with this system as well. So yeah, there's the possible tornado. It looks like if there is a tornado on the ground, or at the very least, it looks like there's a good amount of rotation. It looks like it's right over Elk Grove. So if you're in Elk Grove, just stay inside, just wait the storm out. Thankfully, the rotation looks like it has gotten a little bit better. When it was right on Highway 151 between Belmont and Platteville, it looked like it possibly was on the ground. But right now, not saying it's not on the ground, but it does look a little bit better. Still, if you're in the towns to the south and in the path of this, definitely get indoors. We also starting to have a hail contour with this second storm that has developed right around the Elk Grove area. Is there anything you wanted to add, Alex?
Yeah, thanks, Jacob. I was going to pass along here too, and our folks, that we do have, this is straight from the National Weather Service, that we do have 2-inch diameter hail reported. This is by trained weather spotters. So these folks know what they're doing, they know what they're looking at, and they do it safely. 2-inch diameter hail reported near the Platteville area. So this is just where we were showing the sky cam of that lowering, that wall cloud, that tail cloud. And you, with tornado-like weather, you can also have the potential for very large hail as well.
Do we have a warning just to the west of this, by the way?
Sure.
It looks like we have a warning over there.
Appreciate it. We're having a whole team here helping us as well. We do.
So it looks like there's a warning for the Dickeyville area. Thank you, Alex. To like the south and west of Platteville. So let's see. What do we got on this severe warning?
Yeah, Jacob, here, just getting our
once again,
radar going here.
Yeah, 2-inch hail in diameter. Again, this is roughly the size of a tennis ball. So if you are, I would say if you are in the Dickeyville area, I would say just stay inside. If you're in the Hazel Green or the Cuba City area, you should probably stay inside. But possibly Jamestown, if it's not raining yet, or if it doesn't look too bad, just bring your car into the garage, because this hail can do some pretty significant damage to vehicles. what do we got here? This is the hail track over the last 2 hours. Again, the yellow, what you're seeing is hail 1.5 inches in diameter. So, and again, there's still that tornado warning, but it does look like the rotation has diminished a little bit. Still a little bit of concern. The rotation is right around the Elk Grove area, kind of moving in a clockwise form right now. So definitely a pretty dangerous situation going on. What do we got here? So this is Stoughton. Okay, so looking over here, yeah, right here, this is the main concern about the possible rotation. Green, if you're just joining us, there is a pretty strong storm just right now to the south and to the east of Platteville. We have a few severe thunderstorm warnings, and we also have a tornado warning. It looks like if there is rotation or a possible tornado, it would be right around the Elk Grove area. Again, I'm guessing that there was a tornado on the ground up between Platteville and Belmont. The velocity readings were pretty significant there, but it does look like we're just dealing with rotation. But don't let that deter you from possibly going outside. The other thing to mention is that if there is a tornado, it is likely rain wrapped. You won't be able to see it, but it looks, yeah, right around here is the area of concern. Thank you, Alex. Here, I'll step out a little bit so that it'll be able to view better. It's moving to the southeast at around 20 miles per hour. Thankfully, there's not a ton of towns in the path of this. Jenkinsville is really the only town. Shullsburg, it looks like it'll head towards your direction a bit. It also looks like it's moving a little bit more south than east. Earlier it was moving kind of east, and now it's kind of transitioning to the south. The warning is much further south than it is east compared to where the tornado started. So yeah, right here is the area of concern, but even beyond the area of the tornado, we have 2-inch hail 2 inches in diameter off to the north and off to the south of this, near Jamestown and near Darlington. 2 separate storms producing hail. Looks like that this storm, the hail has decreased to 1 inch in diameter, which is good news, but still possibly destructive. Wind gusts up to 60 miles per hour. This one's for Grant. The tornado warning is for Lafayette County. We are going to continue to see storms like this for the next couple of hours. Can you zoom out for a second?
Sure.
I'm curious how the whole area looks. So. No, I mean, could you zoom out a little bit further just so we can possibly see where Madison is, just to kind of see the scale of all the storms right now? Okay, so yeah, all the activity right now is in the southwestern portion of Wisconsin. Several severe thunderstorm warnings with that one tornado warning. We could see some more storms pop up. You could see some storms firing up to the north of Madison as well. But this is our area of concern. It looks like it has passed through Platteville, but it is heading for some other towns right now over Elk Grove, Shullsburg, Hazel Green, Cuba City, possibly a tornado near your area. The rotation, again, it will be right around here. It looks like it will stay to the east of Cuba City. It keeps moving further and further south, though. So I would be concerned kind of right around Highway 11 over here. Shullsburg, I would even be aware as well, because even if the area where the most concern is doesn't hit your area, we're still expected to see a good amount of hail. So this is the area of concern. It actually looks like it has strengthened over the last 5 minutes or so. A little bit better, still better from where it was between Platteville and Belmont. I'm curious as to if there's any damage there, because the velocity reading was pretty extreme for a moment. But again, the green is going towards the radar, which is this way, and the red is going away from the radar. So whenever you see those couplets close together, that's where the area of concern is. And unfortunately, we don't have a storm to the south of it. This one near Hazel Green might help a little bit, but now because that storm that grew to the south of it is kind of connected with the main storm, we have the possibility to see strengthening conditions. So yeah, moving to the southeast, I would think it's actually moving. It seems to be moving further and further south, Alex. So I would say more like towards New Diggings is where it would be heading, and also towards Benton. That's where the possible tornado could occur. So yeah, Benton Village, Etna, New Diggings. And again, if you are in Shullsburg, it's still possible it could hit your area, but also going to see some pretty large hail with this. And we're going to stay with this until the tornado warning has expired, because passed by Platteville, pretty populated area. And again, this is a very dangerous situation. And I would say over the last 5 minutes or so, it looks like it strengthened a bit. The peak of it was about 20 minutes ago when it passed through Platteville and Benton, or Belmont, excuse me. And then we had a storm form to the south that kind of diminished it a little bit. But now that storm is now kind of connected with the main storm, we're having a lot of availability to see energy kind of form and strengthen this storm. And it has strengthened a little bit over the last 5 minutes or so. It looks, if you're in Cuba City, I would definitely stay indoors right now. We have a new frame Hopefully, we're kind of seeing that rain kind of move a little bit further to the east, which will help a little bit. And again, just to the east or just to the west of this as well, we do have some more severe thunderstorm warnings. We could also see hail up to an inch in diameter. Could we get, do we still have, how large is the hail with some of these storms?
Yeah,
do we have an update on that?
Thanks, Jacob. Just to give you an update, if you want to show areas north and west of Darlington, just present where that hail core is to the north and west of Darlington. We have had reports of 2-inch diameter hail, folks, in the Platteville area, and that would put that where Jacob is, was just on the other monitor, just north and west of Darlington. At this point in time, the other hail or the other storm that was over portions where Jacob was mentioning near the Dickeyville area, north and west of Dubuque. This storm has at least radar indicated 1-inch diameter hail, or 60-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-sized hail. So that would be right at 1 inch in diameter. But the other storm, again, that we're watching here, folks, again, with the tornado warning still here, I'm just going to zoom on in and take a look at some of our other products here. We have that tornado warning in effect here, folks. Radar indicated until 7:45 p.m. This would be for northwestern Lafayette County. And exactly where Jacob was showing would be just south and east of Cuba City. I'm going to zoom in on this just a little bit. It's broad, as Jacob was mentioning. What we mean by broad is you've got air that's moving away from the radar, and you have air that's moving towards the radar. And where these two meet, this is where you get that rotation. Folks, if you are in the Cuba City, north of the Benton area, north and west of Shullsburg, this is the time right now where you shouldn't be going outside. This is where you want to be inside, away from your windows, get into the lowest portion of your house here. And I'm actually going to just do a little bit of a change here. We were showing earlier, folks, the Skycam in Platteville, where we were showing for a period of time that lowering, that wall cloud when the thunderstorm was severe, and just a severe thunderstorm warning. And I'm actually going to move our camera here and see if we can get an update from as we look towards the south and towards the east, because the storm now has passed. If we can actually take the Platteville Skycam, if we can take the Platteville Skycam full, folks, back in master control, there we go. That's what we're looking at here, off towards the south and towards the east. I don't see, as I look at this here, anything suspicious. But then again, what we'd be looking at, and actually, if we can go back to Max 2 and take a look at our radar, what we would be looking at, just changing some things here and get things moving around here. What we were looking at on our Skycam, we'd be looking through the rain at this point in time. So if we can, thank you. We appreciate that. We've got folks here making sure that everyone is safe with this tornado warning for northwestern Lafayette County. And what I was mentioning is the Skycam is in Platteville. As I circle Platteville here, and we're looking towards the south and towards the east, so we'd be looking into the rain. So it'd be really hard for us to see if there was potentially a tornado or a lowering or a wall cloud. But where we're looking now of suspicion would be, again, over northwestern Lafayette County. And if we take a peek here, this broad rotation, as Jacob was mentioning, east of Cuba City, north of New Diggings, west of Shullsburg. Let's put a couple of trackers on this here. So we're about 3 miles east of Cuba City, about 3 miles northwest of Shullsburg, and about 3 miles north of New Diggings. This is that suspected area. It's broad at this point in time. Radar indicated tornado, as I was just mentioning. We'll see if we have any other updates here from our National Weather Service. And I've got Jacob Montesano here with me. Gary is also here as well. First One Weather Team, we've got you covered. Still radar indicated, but another thing that we've been mentioning here, we've been focusing on the tornado threat. There's also hail, again, to 2 inches in diameter that has been confirmed in the Platteville area by trained weather spotters.
Why don't we zoom out and show areas just to the northeast near Darlington? Because it looks like there is some more hail spots a little bit further to the south and east here. Go a little bit to the south and east. Just south of Red Rock, there's another hail spot.
Oh, so I see what you're saying there. Yep.
Yeah.
Just get a little freeze here on our camera. And when we freeze our camera, it allows us to show other products. And this is what Jacob was mentioning. We have the rotation with the tornado warning storm north and west of Shullsburg, east of Cuba City. What I'm showing here is our debris potential for a tornado. We'd be looking for a bright green or blue spot, and
Here,
I don't see that.
Could we actually have the correlation coefficient on the 3x3?
Yeah, let's take a peek at that.
Here, can we pull up max 2 on the 3x3, please? All right, thank you so much. Yeah, we have awesome people in Master Control helping us out. So basically, every area you're seeing purple, that's kind of like the good area. Now on the edge of it, you know, kind of ignore that. But right now in the Shullsburg area, when you have, you know, the yellow and almost green colors, that's pretty much showing difference in particles or products. So a lot of the yellow you're seeing is also possibly debris, but could also read hail. And as you can see, a lot of the hail to the north and also to the south. My guess is that this might actually be reading the hail, because I'm not sure if the debris field would be that extreme. Possibly, you know, some dust and dirt is getting blown around. It is a lot of farmland out there, but my guess is this will mostly be, we're looking at hail. This is kind of the yellow we're showing. And also, could you go back to the velocity? I kind of noticed something. It looked like there was almost a second area of possible rotation just to the east of Shullsburg and to the south of Darlington, right around this area. It looks like it has diminished a little bit. Yeah, it looks like this area isn't too much of a concern, at least for right now. Oh, in that last frame, it is increased a bit. This is still our area of concern, though, off near to the north and west of Shullsburg, and probably due north of New Dings. But we also have some possible rotation spots south of Darlington, also near Wyota and Gradion. I apologize if I said that town name incorrectly, but yeah, that's a possible area of rotation. But this is the main concern. This is where the tornado warning is coming from. Thankfully, it looks like it is diminished a little bit over the last 30 minutes or so. It was pretty strong as it passed between Platteville and Belmont, but those are the two big areas of concern. But as we've been talking about, there is a big hail threat, and this system has really expanded. Could we? Yes, thank you very much. Can we zoom out a little bit too, showing that it's not just where the severe thunderstorm warning is. There's also some hail spots. All the blue you're seeing, that's some hail readings on there. So thankfully, it is avoiding Madison and Janesville right now, but we could see some more of these storms pop up over the next few hours. We do expect at some point to see some severe storms. We also have some storms up near La Crosse that will likely move into our area probably a little bit later into the evening. Could impact the northern portion of our viewing area. So this isn't the only storm that we're dealing with. For our area, it's the only area that is seeing the severe weather right now, but we expect to see more severe weather as the night goes on. So yeah, we have a hail contour to the west of Darlington, a small one to the south, but we also have hail contours, 2.5 inches in diameter. That is pretty significant hail. That's just under the destructive level. The destructive level is when it gets to baseball size, which is 2 3/4 inches in diameter. So we're looking at very, very large hail. Even if, like I said, even if there isn't a threat of tornadoes, I'm going to step over on this side. Even if there isn't a threat of tornadoes, there is a very significant threat of hail. Let me step out for a second so you can see all the towns that are listed as possible targets of this storm, really within the next 20 to 30 minutes, I would say. So and honestly, some of these towns are dealing with the rainfall, as you can see, because there's a lot of rainfall up ahead of this system. So if you are in these towns, you know, if you take a peek outside, and if it's only rainfall, you have a little bit of time to kind of. The biggest thing is obviously stay inside, but also you might want to bring your car inside of your garage if you have one. That's the two biggest things you can do when it comes to hail. Now, thankfully, it does look like the tornado threat is starting to diminish a little bit. Still a rotation concern. Can we get the velocity up for a second? I'm curious as to how it's progressed over the last couple of hours. It does look like it's diminishing a little bit. We're kind of starting to make maybe a little bit of concern, not necessarily about rotation, but just some pretty gusty winds north of Shullsburg. It doesn't look like there's a lot of rotation with this one, but yeah, I'm curious as to what this is. Kind of to that's where the rotation is, but there's a kind of a spike in the wind just to the northwest. Do you see that? Do you see what I'm talking about, Alex? Right to the northwest.
Yeah, I do see that. It's all suspicious area. As Jacob was mentioning, I absolutely agree. The rotation is broad. What Jacob was referring to is kind of just to the left of that area.
Can we switch this to max 2 behind Alex?
Little bit of spike. Yeah, if we could take max 2, please. I know what we have in the monitor behind me, but let's take max 2 in the monitor behind me. But if we can also show Max 2 full right now, that would be great. Master Control, again, what we're doing here, folks.
Thank you so much, Master Control. You're the best.
we're keeping everyone safe here. That's what we do. We've been mentioning for days now that this weather event was going to happen, and it is happening across southern Wisconsin as we speak. Let's just do a little bit of a recap here. We still have that tornado warning in effect until 7:45 p.m. for the northwestern portion of Lafayette County, but that's not the only hazard that we have from these storms. We've had radar indicated hail to 2 inches in diameter. I just got a report here from the National Weather Service that in Belmont, local storm reporting egg-sized hail. That is very destructive hail. That hail of that size can do damage to siding, trees, windows, cars. Absolutely. If you are in Lafayette County, southern Iowa County, even southern Grant County, this is not the time to be outside. This is not the time to go take pictures or anything like that, folks. Again,
you won't be able to see anything because everything is too rain wrapped. Even if there is a funnel on the ground, there's just too much rain to even see anything.
Yeah, for sure. And where Jacob was showing here with regards to the rotation, there's a couple of suspicious spots over portions of Lafayette County. I'm going to circle a couple of those here for you folks. Again, if you're in Lafayette County right now with the tornado warning, this isn't the time to go outside. Now's the time to go to the inner portion
you won't
of
be able
your house.
If you're trying to see where the tornado is, if there is a tornado, you won't be able to see it. It's too rain wrapped to stay indoors, and we're also dealing with very large hail. So.
Yes, thank you very much, Jacob. Again, what we're looking at here.
Extended for Lafayette County.
Thank you. We're also joined with Chief Meteorologist Gary Canalti, who has been on the horn with us this evening as these storms have been popped up. The First Warn Weather Team has you covered here, folks. Areas of rotation I would put just north of New Diggings, west of Schulzberg, and maybe another suspicious spot. Actually, we're just getting an update here right now, folks. National Weather Service is extending the tornado warning for southwestern Lafayette County until 8:15 p.m. Hail to 2 inches in diameter as well, and this actually is lining up where we would expect, folks. So if you are in Lafayette County right now, this is not the time, again, to go outside. This is the time to go to your tornado safe place. I'm going to zoom in here just a bit.
And that would be the lowest, most interior portion of your home. And it does look like that velocity spike has increased right around here. This is the area of concern right here, and it does look like it has strengthened just a little bit over the last 5 minutes or so.
Yeah, I absolutely agree, Jacob. Where we're looking right now, if there is a possible tornado,
right over Etna.
Yeah, right over Etna. I'm going to actually clear that here. We don't have a confirmed tornado, so what I'm actually going to do here instead is I'm going to circle this area because I don't want folks to think that we have a tornado, but that doesn't mean that you shouldn't treat this very, very seriously, folks. Tornado warning again for southwestern Lafayette County being extended by our friends at the National Weather Service until 8:15 p.m. It's moving to the southeast at about 25 miles per hour, so I'm going to kind of zoom out here, actually. And Jacob, maybe we can switch spots if you don't mind.
You want to come 3x3?
Yeah, I'll come over to the 3x3. And if we want to just track that storm off towards the south and towards the east at about 25 miles per hour, what we're looking at here too, as Jacob is moving our map, what are these reds and these greens? This is, we're looking at water droplets, and our radar sends a beam out and it sends a beam back. And it tells us, as Jacob is circling here very well, that rain is going towards the radar and rain is going away from the radar. So even if you think of putting a pen or a pencil between your hands, when you do that motion back and forth, that pen rotates, and that's exactly what's happening with the air. That's what our velocity product is showing here. So if there would be any sort of tornado, wall cloud, funnel cloud, and we were showing earlier on our Platteville Skycam that wall cloud and that tail cloud, that storm is now pushed to the south and east of Cuba City. But Jacob, if we can do a cone track just north of New Diggings, moving it off to the south and towards the east at about 25 miles per hour, as Jacob's doing right here. As we move off towards the south and the east, this will probably moving into farmland, but there are some towns in the path of this storm here. Thanks, Jacob. White Oak Springs, and this again is just south and west of Schulzberg. We're just moving out just a little bit here to get a little wider view. It helps us to see if there are other communities in the path of the storm. 7:54 p.m. White Oak. If you are in White Oak right now with what we're seeing with our velocity signature, this is the time to get into your basement, the inner part of your house if you don't have a basement. If you're in a mobile home, it is not advised to be in your mobile home. You should get out, get into the ditch, or if you have a neighbor maybe next door that has a basement or a stronger, sturdier home, this would be the time for that. And
lowest, most interior portion of your home. That's the best. That's the best place to be right now.
Yeah, thanks, Jacob. And one more community to mention here, Scales Mound at 8:02 p.m. So right now we're sitting at about 7:45 p.m. So White Oak, you have a few minutes here. And actually, Jacob, if we can take the cone off, we've got another update here with our velocity signatures so that that pronounced area that we were seeing over south and west of Schulzburg, that has broadened, that's good news. What I mean by broaden is the greens against the reds is broader. We look for a very tight spot, a couplet, so to speak, and we're not seeing that anymore here on the radar, but that doesn't mean that it can't tighten back up and produce a possible tornado. We've had no confirmed reports of a tornado, folks, but if you are in Schulzburg, new diggings, this would be south and east of Cuba City along Highway 11. This is not the time to go outside and take pictures. This is the time to be inside your home, in the basement, away from windows, as well as this tornado warning has been extended for northwestern Lafayette County. This would be south and west of Darlington. And actually, Jacob, if you don't mind, let's zoom in.
Here, Gary wants
Sure.
Gary wants to show something for 1 second.
Yeah, thanks. We're also joined by Chief Meteorologist Gary Canolti as well here.
Microphone on, so.
So we're zooming on in here to the storm. These are south and east of Richland Center. And thanks, Gary.
Here's the information.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Severe thunderstorm warning outside of La Crosse. So yeah, we of course have folks to the north and west near the Viroqua area. We've been spending time on the tornado warned storm in Lafayette County, but I do want to take note here, our friends in Vernon County. This would be south and east of La Crosse. We have a severe thunderstorm warning in effect. This would be moving towards the south and towards the east, towards Richland and Juneau counties eventually. Winds potentially up to 80 miles per hour with this storm. So the areas that we're circling here on our Doppler radar here, these are suspect areas where we have very, very strong winds that are coming from the thunderstorm. They're blowing down to the ground and they blow out in straight line damaging winds. And that suspect area would be just east of Highway 53. So thank you very much, Gary and Jacob. These are destructive winds that are being indicated here by our radar. We don't have spotter indications of 80 mile per hour winds, and also hail to the size of 1.75 inches. That's very, very large hail. Again, if you are south and east of La Crosse, now's the time to get in your house. Get in the center portion of your house. It's not tornado warned, but severe thunderstorms, again, can occasionally produce tornadoes and large hail. You don't want to be by the windows. Yeah, Jacob,
I just want to mention that there is a, here, let me take over. Sure. There's a severe thunderstorm warning right here in effect for Lafayette County. This one goes until 8:30 p.m. and we could see hail up to 2 inches in diameter with this one. So that's almost tennis ball size, between golf ball and tennis ball size hail. Some of the towns it could impact, it seems like some of these towns has already passed, but Darlington, Schulzburg, Benton, Wyoda, New Diggings, South Wayne, Gratiot, and Lead Mine. So those are the towns that are possibly seeing a hail 2 inches in diameter. Here's the hail track. It does look like it has decreased a bit since it's been near the Elk Grove area. You know, that's where the storm appeared to be strongest, but still dealing with hail up to 1 inch in diameter. So it's kind of strengthened up a bit again. This is an estimated hail size graphic. So yeah, the peak right now of the storm looks to be to the east of Schulzburg and to the west of Gratiot. Again, I apologize if I'm saying that town name correctly, but there. Gratiot, thank you. And there also is a possible tornado with this storm. So, and like I mentioned, up further north, the storms near La Crosse, not as big of a hail threat, but still a pretty significant hail threat. But there is destructive winds with that storm. So still a tornado warning until 8:15 p.m. Hail up to 2 inches in diameter. So pretty much, if you are north of the Illinois border, it's time to just stay inside, because even if there isn't the tornado on the ground, there is going to be some pretty large hail that could produce some damage. So at this point, just stay inside, lowest, most interior portion of your home once again. And these probably won't be the end of the storms, because we do have a second round coming in from the northwest, and we could also see some more pop up. Pretty much all the areas in blue you're seeing on top of the precipitation radar, that is where the hail is located. So yeah, here's the tornado safety rules. Center of basement is the best. If you have no basement, interior room or closet on the lowest floor, cover yourself with pillows, cushions, or blankets. It may sound silly, but even a baseball or football helmet could help in this situation. And obviously, get out of mobile homes, seek shelter in a nearby building. A lot of people the storm has now moved far enough south that pretty much everywhere in the Wisconsin area, obviously within the path of the storm, should pretty much stay inside at this point. The strongest hail looks to be right over Shullsburg, and again, the area of concern for the tornado warning looks to be right around new diggings. Thankfully, can we pull up the velocity radar? I haven't spotted that in a while. Looks like. Just go into, okay, so yeah, the severe thunderstorm warning for Lafayette County, also tornado warning for Lafayette County. The storms to the west of Lafayette County, there's no longer a severe thunderstorm warning with that. So yeah, right around new diggings is the biggest concern. Thankfully, it doesn't look like there's a strong couplet of rotation, but it does look like there is a pretty strong couplet of just straight line winds. So it definitely could produce some pretty destructive winds with this system. And also, we've obviously been talking about the hail. Thankfully, it has moved out of the Elk Grove area, Platteville area, but it is still impacting portions of Lafayette County and will continue for about the next 30 to 45 minutes. The storm's moving a little bit further. The storm's moving more south towards the northern Illinois. So those are some of the towns that it could be impacting over the next 15 minutes or so. Here, I'm gonna put this piece of paper right here. So yeah, right here is the area of concern, right around new diggings. So we could see wind gusts probably up to 60, maybe even 70 miles per hour, and hail up to 2 inches in diameters. There was a point where there was hail up to 2.5 inches in diameter. So we're looking at borderline destructive hail with this storm, and up further north, the storm near La Crosse, that's producing destructive wind gusts out of that storm. So yeah, here we go again, right here, right around the new diggings area. There is a slight concern of possible rotation, but it does look like there isn't a whole lot of significant rotation, which is definitely good news. But we're also seeing some pretty gusty winds up near Shullsburg, even a little bit further to the west. So the more purple we see, that's pretty good news, because the more purple we see, the less we're reading the hail or possible debris balls, and on the edge of that, that's not a concern, even though it is separate colors. Now, as you can see, this is the shear track, which kind of helps produce some of the strong thunderstorms, including tornadoes. So the shear has decreased a bit as compared to what it was up in Platteville and Belmont, but we're still dealing with some pretty strong winds and large hail. And thankfully, the hail, even though it is still pretty large and possibly destructive, it is a lot better than what it was just about 30 minutes to an hour ago. As you can see, still hail up to 1 inch in diameter, not far from Shullsburg. So hail zone over the next 30 minutes. This is the forecast for the next 30 minutes. Possibly still could see some hail near the Darlington area. Forecasted hail size 1.5 inches. I feel like the storm has kind of moved out of this area a little bit. Could I see the current radar possibly, though? Okay, so a lot of lightning with the storm, as you can see. So yeah, it looks like the storm is still impacting Darlington, but just to the north and west, it does look like it's starting to wrap up. Even for those of you in Darlington, the storm is starting to wrap up as well. We have hail 2 inches in diameter. That's almost destructive level between golf ball and tennis ball size. It seems like Alex wants to mention something.
Yeah, we're going to switch spots here just for a second, Jacob, because you need batteries to be heard with your mic. So I'm going to pop in here. And actually, Caitlin and Master Control, if you can go to Max 1 for a brief moment. This is a viewer photo here sent to us from Platteville. Thanks, Carolyn. Hopefully you did this while it's safe. It looks like you're inside, but just look at the size of these hailstones here, golf ball sized, if not larger, in the Platteville area. And this would verify earlier where we did have storm spotters. These are folks that are trained to look at storms, make sure that storms, if they're rotating, are they producing wall clouds or funnel clouds? They're also trained to report hail, and our viewers are also showing us hail photos as well. First Warn at WISCTV.com or the First Warn weather app when it is safe. All right, updates here, folks, with the severe thunderstorms that are up towards the La Crosse area. If we can go back to Max 2, please. We're joined by Chief Meteorologist Gary Canalti, Jacob Montesano, myself, and we're going to zoom into this storm that's off to the south, just to the east, rather. of the La Crosse area, actually north and east. We've got a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings. We've got one storm up near Black River Falls, Little Falls west of Warren. This is radar indicated winds at 60 miles per hour. The hail threat in this one, not as high as we've seen in some of the other storms. And if maybe we can take a peek at that other storm to the south and the west there. Gary, actually, before we do that, I'll swing out here just so folks know. This is why Gary is showing us this severe thunderstorm warning, is that it's moving off towards the south and towards the east at about 30 miles or so. So if you're Juneau, Adams County, that storm is moving towards the southeast and heading towards you. We still have that tornado warning radar indicated until 8:15 p.m. For Lafayette County. Again, this is radar indicated tornado. This would be over the southwestern portions of Lafayette County, moving towards the south, moving towards the east. As we look at our velocity product, and again, this is we're looking for rotation. We're looking for green against red. It's very broad across Lafayette County. Thank you, Gary. Just taking a note here, if I step back just a little bit, yeah, I absolutely agree. South and east of Hazel Green, south and west of New Diggings, north of Council Grove. This is where we're seeing winds moving away from the radar, winds moving towards the radar. When you have them side by side, although it's relatively broad, that might be a suspicious area for the possibility of rotation. Again, no confirmed reports of tornadoes, although earlier in the evening, and as Gary's pointing out here and Jacob are pointing out here, south and east of Hazel Green, south and west of New Diggings, south and east of Hazel Green, north of Council Grove, is where we're looking at that possibility for a tornado. What we're looking at here with our tornado debris indicator, we're looking for what this product is looking at is objects, if they are in the air, are there different objects or debris? And I'm not seeing anything here over southwestern portions of Lafayette County that's suspect. Everything looks very uniform. If there were to be debris lofted, if there was a tornado, you would see that here in that debris signature of a little blue or greenish sort of shape. So thanks, Gary. Here, then, as we look at our shear track, this is just looking at the history of rotation, folks, and this would align with what we're seeing on the other part of our radar that looks at the reds and the greens. Where you see the blues here north of New Diggings, this storm has been moving towards the south and towards the east. So we've been looking here at the history of rotation. That's why it's called shear track last 2 hours, and this will be moving towards the south and the east here. As we look at our hail track over the last 2 hours, again, even though we have a tornado-warned storm in Lafayette County, the threat for hail is absolutely possible north of where you would expect that tornado to be, with hail perhaps up to an inch and a half in diameter here. This would be east of Platteville, north of Elk Grove, south and west of Belmont, and we just had...
That's over the last 2 hours.
Over the last 2 hours, excuse me. So similar to the our past looking at debris, this is the past look at our hail. So history of hail with these thunderstorms, and we have that viewer photo as well. If I can just quick switch back to Max 1, we have that viewer photo from Platteville, and this would align with what Gary was mentioning. When you look at the history of hail over the past 2 hours, inch to an inch and a half in diameter, that absolutely verifies here with what Caroline was showing us near the Platteville area. Again, we appreciate you sending those photos when it's safe. We can go back to Max 2 and track the storms here as they move off towards the south and towards the east, looking at our velocity product here. If there were to be any rotation, again, this would be Hazel Green, south and west of New Diggings, and north of Council Hill as that storm moves to the southern portion of our Lafayette, southern portion of Lafayette County.
Yeah, Alex,
Gary, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm actually on microphone here. Looks like that rotation is really right along the Wisconsin-Illinois state line and weakening as it drops south of New Diggings. So hopefully, as this area starts to weaken, it will head southward. Now, the hail and high wind threat will still be found farther to the north, especially south of Shullsburg. This area might be seeing some strong winds at this point. The storm itself is actually being sampled by the National Weather Service radar down in the Quad Cities. That's the nearest National Weather Service NextRad radar to that. So what you're looking at is strong winds, likely south of Shullsburg, heading down toward the Illinois state line. So go back to Alex here, and I'll...
Yeah, thanks, Gary. And again, maybe we take a peek, Gary, if those storms that you were mentioning when I was on just a little bit earlier up towards the La Crosse area. And Jacob, do you have something new from the National Weather Service?
It's not in our area, but we have a severe thunderstorm near Waukesha. So there are storms developing between the storm in Platteville and the storm and between Platteville and Milwaukee.
In fact, Alex, I'm just going to go to this just to
sure.
show a wider radar perspective there. So you can see the storms in southwestern Wisconsin, a lot of lightning with that. Those storms starting to develop southwest of Milwaukee. But also now we're starting to see some development just south of Janesville. Of course, we have the Rock County Fair going on there. So, it's not raining most likely in Janesville, but you can see those storms eventually heading in that direction. And if we look just farther to the northwest up toward La Crosse here, I'll just move the map a little bit. You can see that big cluster of storms there that's sweeping southeastward, and that has much more of a straight line wind event potential. You can see that line. You can see how fast those storms, they're moving much more quickly than the storms in southwestern Wisconsin. So because of that, I think the wind damage potential is going to be higher as you head like toward the Dells and areas north of there, at least through Juneau and Adams counties.
Yeah, thanks, Gary. Also to add here, while we have this graphic up, severe thunderstorm watch for the northwestern part of our viewing area until 10 o'clock. Notice that it's been cleared off to the north and the west. But once these storms pass, this should end our threat for severe weather. But we do have that severe thunderstorm watch for southwestern Wisconsin until midnight. And now this severe thunderstorm watch here for the rest of southern Wisconsin until about 2 o'clock in the morning. What Gary's showing here now is our 3-hour future track radar. This helps us to project where are these storms going to go. Notice we've got the storms to the north, we have the storms to the south as we were showing, and as we head towards 11, 12 o'clock, it shows those storms.
Yeah, that's what this is the graph model. The other one was our normal future track radar. Yeah. And this one shows a little more widespread coverage. It probably does better with the storms that are heading up toward the Dells, the strength there. But either way, I mean, we're still looking at clusters of strong to severe thunderstorms in this hot and humid environment that we have right now. So, that's something to keep in mind as well. So, again, we're on the air, obviously, with the tornado warning for Lafayette County, southwestern Lafayette County, until 8:15 p.m. I think the tornado threat is lessening a little bit there, but we do have that severe thunderstorm warning now in effect for Juneau County, as well as parts of Jackson, Monroe counties. That's until 8:45, and that's for more of a straight line wind event, and that'll be heading toward Camp Douglas and eventually up toward Necedah, probably within about the next half hour to 45 minutes. And in fact, I'm just going to see if I can put the see if we have the radar here. I want to show the radar loop on that, just so that we have a good idea of how quickly those storms are moving, because they're moving a little more quickly than the storms that we saw before. So I'm coming back to this here in a second. You'll see that severe thunderstorm warning. Again, northern and central portions of Juneau County, basically I-90-94 northward. That's in effect until 8:45, but we put the radar into motion. Notice the fast acceleration now toward the south and east. So even areas farther to the south, over toward Richland County, you can see another severe thunderstorm warning, a separate severe thunderstorm warning that covers parts of Vernon County. But here's Richland County, Richland Center. So these storms will be heading in that direction pretty quickly, probably within about the next half hour to 45 minutes. Be prepared for strong straight line winds of 60 to 70 miles per hour, maybe even a little bit stronger as time goes on. Let's go back to our original warning. Again, the tornado warning. And it looks like the tornado warning has now been allowed to expire. I'm going to check and make sure that we don't. In fact, I'm going to do one other thing here. I'm going to take a look at the overall warnings that we have out here, and I'll see if I can find it. Let's see. There's evidently we might not have it.
There's still a big threat for hail, even if the tornado warning has expired. We still have hail up to 2 inches in diameter with this storm. Right now, kind of getting closer to Illinois, so it's starting. The worst is starting to kind of move out of our area, but this isn't the end of all the storms. Just this specific storm looks like the worst is exiting.
So I want to just show this. This is a wider perspective, so we can take a look at the area as a whole. You'll see this change.
Yeah, the pink is the watch. The yellow is the warning. So that's
there we go.
Yeah, there we go. If we zoom further out. So yeah, we have warnings near La Crosse, Camp Douglas. We also have a warning out near Waukesha. Now that's to the east of our area, but it shows that there are storms developing. We also do have still some tornado warnings out of our viewing area to the south of Dubuque, and some of these lighter yellow colors are for more destructive severe thunderstorms, whereas the darker yellows, they're still severe, but on the lesser end of the severe spectrum. And our entire area, or Yeah, pretty much our entire area is under that severe thunderstorm watch until midnight.
So, Jacob, we're just going to recap real quickly, and then we're going to go back to programming. Severe thunderstorm warning for northern and central Juneau County until 8:45. That's for strong straight-line winds. Severe thunderstorm warning for Lafayette County now until 8:30. The tornado warning has been allowed to expire for southwestern Lafayette County. So those are the only two warnings we have in effect. We do have severe thunderstorm watch for Madison and Dane County until midnight. Also for the western, so basically all of southern Wisconsin under a severe thunderstorm watch until midnight. I think at this point we can go back to regular programming, but we'll be back as conditions warrant. Thank you for watching.
News 3 Now is always on.
Get the Channel 3000 app, activate the push alerts, and we will send you breaking news, traffic, and weather alerts as it happens.
The Channel 3000 app. Get it now.
Powered by News 3 Now.
I'm meteorologist Gary Canolti with several severe weather bulletins. We have a number of severe thunderstorm warnings that have just come out in the last few minutes. Severe thunderstorm warning for southeastern portions of Rock County, mainly down toward Clinton. That's in effect until 9:15, mainly for hail up to the size of quarters and 60-mile-per-hour winds. Farther to the north, severe thunderstorm warnings now in effect for northern portions of Richland County until 9:30, as well as the northern portion of Sauk County until 9 p.m. This is for hail up to perhaps 1.5 inches in diameter, or about the size of $half, as well as winds to 60 miles per hour. It's all part of another severe thunderstorm, which is moving into southern portions of Juneau County. That severe thunderstorm warning until 9:15. Again, that line of storms will be sweeping into the northern portions of Richland and northern Sauk County as well. We'll do a quick radar loop, and you can see how those storms have started to accelerate toward the south and east. So the wind potential may be picking up, and we're also seeing the potential for some hail. As far as the storm track is concerned, New Lisbon, you're in the path of the storm, as well as Elroy by about 8:30, Mauston by about 8:40, and Adams by about 8:45. So be prepared for strong straight line winds, as well as the possibility for hail larger than the size of quarters. Right now, it looks like the strongest winds are actually on the front edge of that area of precipitation. So they may already be past Camp Douglas and heading toward Mauston. So again, strong winds are a possibility there. That will also be moving to the northern portions of Sauk County, north of Reedsburg, and Richland County, north of Richland Center, within about the next 10 to 15 minutes. We're starting to see little pockets of perhaps a little bit more rotation in there. This is wind shear, though, and it's showing the potential for more organized thunderstorm development, meaning the possibility is there for these storms to maintain their severe strength. And notice the hail track. This is over the last couple of hours. These cells may have been producing hail up to almost baseball size over parts of, say, northern portions of La Crosse County. And now these will be heading into northern portions of Vernon County and eventually toward Richland and southern portions of Juneau County. So be prepared for large hail in those areas. Doppler track right now shows severe thunderstorms over parts of southern Lafayette County, southern Rock County. Those will be moving into northern Illinois. But now we're turning our attention to the next batch of severe thunderstorms that have wind and hail potential to the north and west up toward La Crosse. Those will be moving into the Dells area. 3-hour future track radar from a couple of different computer models show these storms weakening after they pass the Dells and moving into northern Illinois. But one of the other models shows the storms maintaining a little bit more intensity, especially north and west of the Dells over the next couple of hours. So we'll keep an eye on that. So here are all the warnings. Severe thunderstorm warning, southern portion of Lafayette County. That's for another 5 minutes until 8:30. That storm is just about ready to move into northern Illinois. Severe thunderstorm warning, northern portions of Juneau County until 8:45. This is for winds to 60 miles per hour. Severe thunderstorm warnings in effect for southeastern Rock County until 9:15, mainly for hail, and that's south and east of Janesville. Then up to the north, severe thunderstorm warning, northern portion of Richland County until 9:30. Notice the hail size now, up to 2 inches in diameter. That's larger than golf ball size. Northern portions of Sauk County, severe thunderstorm warning, potential hail for up to about $half or maybe a little larger size. That's until 9 p.m. And also severe thunderstorm warning, southern portions of Juneau County until 9:15 for hail and strong winds. I'll be back with further updates as conditions warrant. Stand by, Gary. Stand by. I'm meteorologist Gary Canalti with another severe weather bulletin. Severe thunderstorm warnings remain in effect for northern portions of Richland County for a line of storms just up to the north. Notice the hail size. Potential hail up to golf ball size or larger. This will be affecting areas north and east of Richland Center up toward Rockbridge. Also for that same line of storms, severe thunderstorm warning for the northern portion of Sauk County, Reedsburg northward until 9 p.m. This is for hail up to the size of just below ping pong sized hail. Farther to the north, severe thunderstorm warning remains in effect for Juneau County until 9:15 for that line of storms. And now the National Weather Service has put a warning out for in front of that line of storms for Marquette County, as well as the northwestern portion of Columbia County and parts of Sauk County. That is in effect until 9:45. So getting out ahead of this line of storms for winds to 60 miles per hour and hail up to about the size of ping pong balls. You can see this line of storms as it accelerates off toward the east and southeast. So again, strong winds and hail, main threats. Storms approaching Wisconsin Dells from the north and west, eventually heading down toward Richland Center, areas north of Richland Center over toward Reedsburg, Baraboo, and then eventually north and west of, say, Poynette and through most of Marquette County, including Westfield. As far as the storm track is concerned, these storms will be in Reedsburg by about 8:50, Lake Delton by about 8:58, and eventually the area around Wisconsin Dells by about 8:55. So be prepared for strong straight line winds and large hail. You can see what's likely a core of strong winds now starting to accelerate right down the I-90-94 corridor just east of Boston. That'll be heading almost directly toward Wisconsin Dells. So be prepared for strong straight line winds. Elsewhere along that line, it's mainly going to be a hail threat there. As far as shear is concerned, we're not seeing any rotation, which is good news from a tornado threat. But take a look at these swaths of hail. This is estimated hail size over the last couple of hours. We may have seen hail perhaps up close to the size of golf balls or even larger, maybe baseball-sized hail just north and east of La Crosse. Those storms will be heading into the northern portions of Richland County, north of Richland Center, and then also the storms with the strong straight-line winds will be heading toward Wisconsin Dells. A little wider radar perspective. Severe thunderstorms in Rock County will be moving into northern Illinois. Those won't be as much of a threat. Also some strong thunderstorms ready to move into western and southwestern portions of Crawford County around Prairie du Chien and western portions of Grant County west of Boscobel and Lancaster. So be prepared for strong straight line winds and hail there. 3-hour future track radar. Things will settle down eventually. One of the computer models moves everything out of here pretty quickly. The other one kind of morphs things but keeps at least a hail threat through the Wisconsin Dells area and maybe develop some new storms around the Madison area over the next couple of hours. So let's recap the latest warnings right now. We have severe thunderstorm warnings, northern portions of Richland County, north and east of Richland Center till 9:30 for hail up to perhaps the size of golf balls. Severe thunderstorm warning, northern portions of Sauk County until 9 p.m. for hail up to ping pong sized hail. Severe thunderstorm warning until 9:15 for southern portions of Juneau County, again for hail and some strong winds. And now a severe thunderstorm warning for Marquette, northwestern Columbia, and southern and eastern portions of Sauk County until 9:45. Again, hail the main threat there to ping pong ball size and winds to 60 miles per hour. I'll be back with further updates as conditions warrant. morning until 9:45 p.m. That is.
Oh, your mic is not on. Sorry.
Okay, there we go. Gary Penalty here. Severe tornado warning now in effect until 9:45. This is for northwestern Columbia and the eastern portion of Sauk County. This is for a storm that's basically right around the Wisconsin Dells area. I'm going to do a quick look here at the storm, and I'm going to zoom in on that area. Right here, this is the tornado warning. And let me just get to the bulletin up there so you can actually see it. And actually, you know what? Can we go to Max 1? Let's go to Max 1 because we're going to be simulcasting both on WISC TV as well as on Fox 47 because of a tornado warning. This is going to be in effect until 9:45, and this is for the northwestern portion of Columbia and eastern portions of Sauk County. Tornado warning, and that is for the areas south of Wisconsin Dells and to the north and west of Lake Wisconsin. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado near Reedsburg, moving southeast at 50 miles per hour. The storm also capable of producing a tornado as well as ping pong ball sized hail. So we're going to have Jacob Montesano, meteorologist Jacob Montesano, in front of the monitor. I'm going to be running the radar here. But right now we have a tornado warning. This is until 9:45, and this is for I'm just going to clear off a couple of things here so I can do a quick storm track on this. But this is for the northwestern portion of Columbia County. We have other warnings in effect, including a flash flood warning for part of Lafayette County. But what we have right now, the most severe part of the storm right now, and let's just put this back in here. I want to make sure that we're zoomed in on the storm. Tornado warning, and this is going to be until 9:45. It covers parts of Columbia County and Sauk County as well.
And remember, if you're watching on Fox, we are simulcasting this, so First Warn Weather and Foxcast. So, yeah, here's the tornado warning. Could we possibly get the velocity?
I will. Yeah, let me just get this set up here so that we can go back and forth. Yep. So here's the area that's covered by the warning. So, Jacob, if you want to point out the cities that are kind of in the path of the storm, yep. So that they know where they need to be.
Yeah, so it's Columbia and Sauk County. So if you're in Baraboo, Lewiston, even as far south as Lake Wisconsin, you are within this tornado warning. We have also, on top of the tornado warning, we have hail up to 1.5 inches in diameter. And there's also severe thunderstorm warnings extending north up to New Chester. And on top of the tornado, we're also dealing with the hail. All the blue you're seeing on the radar, well, the blue is not there now, but the blue you were seeing, that is the hail. Let me put this here. So, yeah, it's moving southeast at roughly, what was the speed we had on that?
About 40 to 45 miles an hour.
Yeah, so can we get the velocity on this? I'm curious to see.
Right there.
Okay, so we have very...
I'm actually going to switch to a different velocity display here. Okay. That will, let's see here.
Yeah, so we have pretty strong winds coming with the storm.
Hang on, I don't understand what this is, Logan. Program 72 Dells, what, can you guys let me know what that is? I don't have an IFB in here. What is this, if you can let me know? I'm not sure what that is.
We have a
looks like it might be a DOT camera. I want to call up this other velocity scan here so that we can... And I also want to call up the debris signature here as well, just to see if we have anything. So this looks like a DOT camera, I-90, 94, Wisconsin 13. This is on the northwestern portion of Wisconsin Dells. I actually just drove through this interchange a couple of hours ago. You can see quite a bit of lightning through that area there. Not seeing much in the way of traffic, obviously, with some heavy rain moving through the area.
Yeah, it's because it's dark out. Don't try to go out and view the storm. You won't be able to see it. There's also plenty of rainfall with it too. Plenty of lightning, plenty of rainfall, and we also have some hail with it.
Okay, let's go back to Max 1 now. Okay. So here's the velocity. And
so there's good news and bad news with it. The good news is that we aren't really seeing a significant rotation, but we are seeing very gusty winds. You can kind of see right when the winds shift. Some of these values. Could you pull up possibly some of these values? So 46 miles per hour there. Could we possibly do right there? Yeah, 54 miles per hour wind gusts. Possibly see these wind gusts even more. So this storm is capable of producing a tornado, and we also are going to see very large hail and some pretty gusty winds along with it. There was hail up to 2 inches in diameter earlier, actually 2.5 inches in some of the other storms. This one, I believe, has an inch and a half.
What I was going to say, Jacob, on this is if we see tornadoes, they're likely to spin up very quickly in that narrow corridor approaching North Freedom and just south of Wisconsin Dells. That's the area that would be most at risk, at least for a quick spin up. In a situation like this where you have a line of severe thunderstorms, these tornadoes can develop very rapidly, last a minute or two, and move on.
Here, why don't we pull you up on camera so you can show a little better?
So this area right here, so basically what we have is we have a lot of what we call wind shear here, and we can see very quick spin-ups right along that line of storms as the strong gusty winds start to sweep to the south and east. So a lot of times, and using as an example, we had a tornado in Stoughton, if you remember, March of last year. No warning on it, but it happened very quickly. Going back to 2013, the Platteville tornado, if you remember, just a severe thunderstorm warning on that, and there was an EF2 tornado in Platteville that hit the UW Platteville campus. Very similar situation. A line of severe thunderstorms with a lot of wind shear along that line. That's where you could have a tornado spin up very quickly, but it's maybe hard, to get much in the way of warning. The tornado can happen a minute or two and then just kind of move away. So there could be pockets of enhanced damage in here if there's a tornado within that line. But also we have some very strong straight line winds that also will cause the potential for some wind damage as they move on through. So again, that's what we're looking at. As far as a tornado debris indication, what we're looking for are these areas of blue. When they start showing up in the middle of this area here, that's an indication that something different is being lofted in the air, as opposed to seeing raindrops and even hailstones by the Doppler radar.
Not these blue markers on the outside. No. We're talking to the west of Baraboo.
Yeah, in the precipitation. In fact, let's go to camera 3 and Jacob there. Jacob, you can describe that a little bit more there. So
yeah, we're talking inside the precipitation. Obviously, we're not ignoring kind of the line on the outside of it. We're mostly talking within the precipitation, as I mentioned. The yellow and green, that's where the possible debris field is. It could also be reading hail transitioning to rainfall. Basically, what this reads is the difference between the particles or precipitation. Any kind of difference in specific products will cause some of these readings to be yellow, green, and in some cases blue, although we're not seeing any blue right now. And this is where probably the gustiest winds or the largest hail, or probably both, are occurring right in that debris field. But yeah, so we still have the tornado warning right along from North Freedom up just south of the Dells is where the strongest winds are occurring. And as Gary mentioned, we could see a tornado pop up from this. So if you're in Baraboo, definitely stay inside, because even if there isn't a tornado, very gusty winds are expected with this storm. You can see all the towns and counties or communities that will be impacted by this within the next 15 to 30 minutes. So very strong winds, possible tornado, and also we're seeing some pretty large hail. This is going to likely produce some thunderstorm damage. We'll likely see some downed trees, possibly damage to roof. But yeah, if you're in the Baraboo area, just stay inside, lowest, most interior places of your home. Try to stay away from the windows as well, because, with winds this gusty, it could even blow possibly some rocks or dirt, possibly crack some windows as well. So just stay in the lower, most interior portion of their home. Even if there is not a tornado, it's important to treat this like one, just because of how strong the winds could be. And we also are going to see some large hail with this as well, right around Reedsburg. This is hail over the last 2 hours. There was hail up to 1.5 inches in diameter. And earlier, not far from Platteville, there were reports of hail up to 2.5 inches in diameter. So seeing a lot of strong storms. Here are some of the storm reports. We had a tornado warning around Platteville, but thankfully, it looks like we only have some hail reports, which is still bad in itself, but better than some tornado reports. So here's a report from the storm that we're tracking: trees down and reports of power outages. This was at 8:39, not far from actually in the city of Mouston. So I apologize if I pronounced that incorrectly. Now, this was much earlier from the storms near Platteville. We had hail up to an inch in diameter, quarter size. When hail is up to an inch and a half in diameter, we're talking ping pong ball size, but up to 2 inches, then we're getting close to potentially golf ball to tennis ball size hail. So, yeah, this is the storm that we're watching right now, and it will I don't expect the storm to diminish anytime soon. It looks like it is going to head for Madison after this next set of warnings. So probably closer to 10 p.m., Madison should start to prepare for possibly some storms. I'd say 10 to 10:30. Future Track, there are two models with Future Track. One is kind of showing some lighter storms over the next couple of hours. The other one shows...
Although it is now starting to show, this is kind of the latest update, showing the storms continuing to hold together as they move toward Madison out of the Dells area. So that's a bit of an update. It's obviously not doing well with the storms over southwestern Wisconsin.
This model is a bit delayed, though, because it has the storms in Wisconsin Dells at like 11, and as we know, it's happening right now in the Dells. Here's the other model, again, also having it a little bit delayed, but still showing that the storm's moving towards Madison. Yeah, I would say around the 10 to 10:30 range is when we could see some of these storms in Madison. And not only is there the tornado warning with it, there's winds up to 60 to 70 miles per hour and hail up to 1.5 inches in diameter. So if you are in Madison, I would say prepare now, put your car in your garage, try to get any loose items outside, such as garbage cans. Try to put them along your house. It's actually really good to kind of put them into like a 90-degree angle of your house, because if winds are blowing towards it from either direction, it'll blow into the house. And if they're blowing from the other direction, the house will block the wind. So that's just a pretty good advice that you should follow, especially if you're in Madison, because you have time. But if you're in Baraboo, stay inside, because the storm is pretty much on top of you. And as I mentioned, hail up to 1.5 inches in diameter. Can we get this?
I'm just taking a look. It looks like that severe thunderstorm warning that does cover Marquette, Columbia, and Sauk County. National Weather Service now shows tornado possible with it, and that's obvious as that area of severe thunderstorms that is capable of producing a tornado south of Wisconsin Dells moves toward Marquette and Green Lake County. So let me just put so we've got... Let me just clear those out of here. I want to go back, show you the warnings. So this is the one warning. There'll be a new warning here. This warning is for Marquette County, northwestern portions of Columbia County. So north and west of, say, Poynette and Portage. Now as far south as Prairie du Sac and Merrimack, and then through the rest of the southern portion of Sauk County. That is a severe thunderstorm warning. It is in effect until, I believe, 9:45, and that also has the potential where a tornado is possible. So we'll put that into the queue here, and then we have our tornado warning, and that is this area right here, and that includes areas south of Wisconsin Dells, basically including Baraboo, about as far as the Wisconsin River on the eastern end. So if you are in that area, you need to take cover immediately. This storm, at the very least, is probably producing strong straight-line winds of 60 to 70 miles per hour, and there could be a brief tornado that spins up very rapidly in a situation like this as that line of storms crosses over Highway 12 through the Baraboo area and then eventually moves into the western portion of Columbia County.
Here, can we pull camera 3 back up and show me on the 3x3? So yeah, if there is a tornado, could you freeze frame it right at the last frame? If there is a tornado, it is likely just to the north and east of Baraboo. It's likely in this couplet that you see with the precipitation. Now, we haven't confirmed that there's a tornado on the ground, but if there is, that is likely where it will be. But even to the south and west of Baraboo, all the way down really through Loganville, although Loganville it's already passed, but that's where a lot of the gusts are coming from the wind, as Gary mentioned, up to 60 to 70 miles per hour. So yeah, take cover immediately, because like I said, even if there isn't a tornado, the hail could cause some damage, and obviously with winds this high, there could still be debris blowing around. And stay away from windows, go to the lowest interior portion of your home. It's important to treat this like a tornado, even if it isn't a tornado, because we're seeing very gusty winds.
And also with the fast move of that line of storms, you're probably going to be looking at straight line winds at a bare minimum, and also some hail, because we have had this storm has had a history of producing hail up to the size of ping pong size or even larger.
Until 9:45 also.
So yeah, that's the tornado warning there. Let me do a quick storm track on this here.
Again, moving southeast, and if this storm stays, if this storm doesn't diminish, which it hasn't, I do not see this storm diminishing at all, it will hit Madison at some point. This is heading kind of right towards Madison, Prairie du Sac. Probably you have about, about 20 minutes at most. There you go, 9:30, and it is 9:15. So you have about 15 minutes before the storm hits to you. Lake Wisconsin, you have about 7 minutes. So this storm is moving fairly fast. What'd you say, 45, 50 miles per hour?
Yeah, about 45 miles an hour. So hang on, we'll get some additional information here. From Alliant Energy, we have some power outages, about 2,500 in Adams County, about 3,500 in Juneau County, Monroe County, about 1,500. So that's from that line of storms, that line that you've got right there. Yeah, it looks like, Adams Columbia Electric Co-op outages, just in Adams County alone, 6,500 customers. So that's as that line of storms, which is now pretty much through Adams County and is now into Sauk County and Columbia County, basically from Baraboo toward the south and east. So
yeah, if you're in the path of these storms, I want to mention, could you bring the radar back and maybe zoom it out a little bit? If we zoom out a little bit, there is a little bit of rainfall kind of forming to the south of this system. If you're in that case, that's kind of like your warning. You have a little bit of time before the storm gets to you, but obviously it's already over Baraboo, Prairie du Sac. You only have about 15 minutes before the storm gets to you. Again, some things you can do. Put your car in your garage with hail this strong. It could obviously cause some damage. Possibly make sure any loose items in your backyard or front lawn, just make sure that they're intact.
And Jacob, now look at the wind speed and hail size. That's on that severe
right
thunderstorm warning. The same storm that has the tornado warning on it for northwestern portions of Columbia County. But take a look what we've got there now.
Yeah, 70-mile-per-hour wind speeds, inch and a half. Could we actually zoom out further just to show where the storm is in relation to Madison? So yeah, this storm is kind of moving right towards Madison. It is going to hit the city at some points. It's going to hit Prairie du Sac very quickly, DeForest. I'm not sure how to pronounce the name of this town.
Mazomanie.
There you go. Sumter, it's just about there. Platteville, it's moving pretty fast, and on top of the storm speed, the storm relative velocity is also pretty strong. So we're talking wind gusts up to 70, possibly even approaching 80 miles per hour in specific locations. And there's that threat of the tornado. But even if there isn't a tornado on the ground, it's important to treat this like one simply because of how gusty the winds are. And all the blue you're seeing on top of the red and orange, that is hail. So there's also
potential for hail.
Yeah.
And what I'm going to do is I'm just going to clear that out there just so that it's a little easier to see the radar display itself. I'm going to save this in here so that we have it in the queue so that we can come back to it very quickly. So that's the base tornado warning that we have right now. And let me just flash that.
This is the edge of the box. So it's on the edge of it is Portage, but it looks like the rain has already started to move into Portage. Thankfully, it looks like there's a little bit of some lighter rain moving through. So hopefully the wind gusts aren't too bad for Portage. But right here where you see the quick transition from no rain to heavy rain, that's where the gustiest winds will be. So right around Sumter. And if there is a tornado, likely going to be right around here. This is the area of possible rotation. Again, there's not a confirmed tornado on the ground, but this storm has the capability of producing a tornado. Right at the edge of Lake Wisconsin. I'm curious if this will extend because it kind of looks like it's starting to exit the tornado warning. Thankfully, if you're in Reedsburg, although you're still in a tornado warning, it looks like the storm has passed. Wisconsin Dells looks like.
Yeah, let's just take a look at the wind velocity here just to get a better idea. And you can see, and this is what we're looking at. Let me see if I can get this close enough to where, we're right on the edge between the National Weather Service Doppler radar in La Crosse and the National Weather Service Doppler radar in Milwaukee-Sullivan. So that's why when I move depending on where I center the radar picture, that determines where what we're looking at. And what this is showing right now is very strong winds, obviously, through the Baraboo area, north and west of Lake Wisconsin, but it also, we're not seeing any tight circulation,
which is a good thing.
Which is a good thing. If there is a tornado threat, it looks like it's probably highest closer down toward Sumter, Honey Creek, back toward Lake Wisconsin.
On the line of green and red, all the purple you see, don't just ignore that. That's basically feedback coming from the different radars.
So that kind of gives you an idea where I think the highest tornado threat, if there is one, is going to be right at the front edge of that line of storms. I'm monitoring the National Weather Service offices.
This couplet to the northeast of Sumter is actually is a little concerning, though. Do you see?
Yeah, but see, when you switch over to, a little bit there. That and that would be, well, let's zoom in on that area there.
It looks
what I'm
better
going to do is
on the
I'm going to do a
here.
quick query on this here and get an idea of the difference in wind
step over
direction. So what we're seeing right now is we're not seeing. Try this again here. What we're looking at is wind velocity that's plus in one area and minus in another area, and we're not seeing that. It's hard to tell because we're right on the edge of the radar, like the maximum radar beam height, to where we could get a good wind velocity of that. Let me try switching to another radar product here that might give us a little better idea. This is what's called base velocity, and yeah, I mean there might be a little bit of rotation just to the west of Sumter, but this we're not seeing a lot of rotation there. Again, it's in situations like this, you're probably looking at very quick spin-ups. If we can come back to camera 4 here. So what we're looking at is this is some very strong winds. They're moving down Highway 12. This is just south of basically where the old Highway 12 starts to take over near Highway 60. This is where we're seeing some strong straight line winds. They're basically moving down Highway 12. They're heading toward the Merrimack and Sauk City area. If there is a tornado, it would briefly spin up in that area, but we're just not seeing.
We have a DOT camera at Merrimack showing some storm damage. Okay, what are we?
That's strong wind. So this is this is where the Merrimack Ferry crosses over the Wisconsin River. So it looks like some stuff is being blown around
you
there.
can
So
see
some strong
blowing
winds
on the street
and
right
that
here. I'm
would
not
be,
sure what
let
that
me
is.
just.
But you can also see the rain is basically almost sideways, right at the traffic lights. And obviously the camera's shaking, so we got some pretty gusty winds here.
Let me just. I'm going to go back.
See, that coupled right by Moon Valley was what I was worried about. It's just to the south.
Yeah, that's actually that's kind of in this area right here where the Merrimack. Where the Merrimack Ferry crosses over the Wisconsin River. So what we were seeing is the DOT camera. So obviously we're getting some very strong winds there. Can we go back to that DOT camera real quick? Just want to see if we're seeing any kind of wind rotation. We go back to that DOT camera by the Merrimack Ferry. We just had it up. There we go. Okay. So we're seeing, these are strong straight line winds that are moving through that area right now. Looks like some stuff being blown around there. This is the South Shore. So we're seeing those winds right near the Wisconsin River. Not seeing any rotation. Obviously, it's very difficult to tell at night, but at the very least, we're seeing straight line winds. So if we come back now to camera 3, this is the area that we're looking at. We're seeing those strong winds. Let's do a quick query here. And
I can see where Merrimack is on camera.
There you go. Wind velocity. The minus 69 means the winds are blowing away from the radar, but that's still 69 mile per hour winds basically in parallel to the radar beam. So Jacob, if you can show that so because we're looking at the Sullivan radar. So we're looking at Sullivan.
Yeah, so it's blowing pretty much kind of southeast as it's blowing in the direction of the storm. And as you mentioned, ignore the negative sign because that's just based on where it's
if it's blowing
direction
toward or away from the radar.
It's a very gusty winds out of this storm. And again, if we zoom out, you can see it's not just near Merrimack. We're seeing plenty of areas within the storm. Could you zoom out?
Yeah, I will in just a second. We have a new warning that's coming in here. And let's first go back real quickly. So we have the tornado warning here. This is until 9:45. This is for parts of Columbia and Sauk County. It looks like the severe weather threat is probably south and east of Baraboo right now. We also, I'm going to take this out of here and I'm going to widen this view out here. So we also have that severe thunderstorm warning, and that is just south and east of the tornado warning area. That covers much of that would be this warning here. So that covers Marquette, all of Marquette County, northwestern Columbia County, and the the southern portion of Sauk County. That is until 9:45. Then we also now have a new severe thunderstorm warning out ahead of that. And again, the Weather Service is jumping on this just because these storms are moving pretty quickly and they want to give people warning. So even though it's not raining in those areas, these are new severe thunderstorm warnings. So this covers eastern Columbia County, western Dodge County, all of Green Lake County, as well as parts of Fond du Lac County for the same thing. Tornado possible, winds of 70 miles per hour, and hail up to an inch in diameter. So we'll put that in the queue as well so that we have that there.
Could we zoom out a second just to show like the full scale of the storm?
Yeah, let's do that here.
Okay, so yeah, so as you can see, the storm's moving very quickly. There was also some smaller storms popping up in front of it, probably the gust front interacting with some other moisture, but it is moving very fast and it's moving right towards Madison, so some of those wind speeds that you saw near Merrimack could possibly impact the city area. So you have just a little bit of time, not much more time before this storm enters the city limits. There's also a lot of rainfall forming across portions of southwestern Wisconsin, and there's that flash flood warning in effect for Lafayette County.
Let me see if I can find that here, because I had that up.
So more rainfall is going to impact that area, which could possibly cause additional flooding.
See if I can find that. I might have just taken it because we have so many warnings that are coming out. But again, we do have that tornado warning. That is for parts of Columbia and Sauk County. But this is a flash flood warning. I'll put that up here. This will be for Lafayette County. They have had very heavy rainfall and another round of rain coming in as well. Let me just put that so I have it in the queue here for all of us. But this is, let's see, let's put that warning in. For some reason, there it is, showing up. Hard to see. This is the warning here. This is a flash flood warning. There we go. And that is for parts of Greene, Iowa, and Lafayette County until 12:45. That is because we're seeing some very heavy rainfall. In fact, I can show you the radar estimates over the last 24 hours, and you can clearly see, take a look at that. That is down, especially the southeastern portion of Lafayette County. Some of those areas, south and east of Darlington, we're looking at rainfall over the last 24 hours of 4 to maybe close to 5 inches of rain. So that's why we have
and there's still more. There's still more.
Yeah, and there's more upstream from that. In fact, let me just put the radar here in there, and you can see what's coming upstream for that area. More storms coming in from the Platteville area in Darlington. Good news is it looks like once the back edge of that, which is near Prairie du Chien, moves on out, hopefully that will lessen the flooding threat there. So we have a flash flood potential over much of Lafayette County. We have a tornado potential. That is for the area into Sauk and eastern portions of Sauk County, and we're just trying to go through all of these warnings here. And
thankfully, where the flash flood warning is in Lafayette County, it does look like that storm won't be severe.
Good news is National Weather Service now canceling the tornado warning for Columbia and Sauk counties. So at this point, we will be able to go back to programming. Those of you watching us on WISC TV3, we'll be going back to regular programming. Those of you watching us on Fox 47, I don't have an IFBN. Can you tell us where you want us to go to break? Okay, we will go to break, and we will join you back with the Fox 47 news as soon as the break is over. Thank you for watching. For those of you watching us on WISC, we are simulcasting. We have a new tornado warning. This is for eastern Columbia, northeastern Dane, northwestern Jefferson, and Dodge County. This is for a line of severe thunderstorms that basically stretches from Wanakee up toward the Cambria-Friesland area, moving toward the toward the east at 50 miles per hour. Basically, what we're looking at is we're seeing a line of severe thunderstorms capable of producing tornadoes in this area. It's racing off toward the east, and you can see the area that is under the warning. So basically, most of Dodge County, including Beaver Dam, eastern portions of Columbia County, east of Highway 51, northeastern Dane County from Sun Prairie over toward Waterloo, up toward the Columbus area. All that area, if you are in that area, you need to seek shelter immediately. We're going to go to Jacob Montesano here. Let's switch over to Max 1 on the 3x3 monitor, please. Max 1 on the 3x3 monitor. There we go. And let's go to Jacob. And Jacob, I'll run the radar here, and away you go.
If you look closely, if we look to the bottom of the screen, it's also, if you are watching from Madison, there's a severe thunderstorm warning in effect for our area. Wind gusts up to 70 miles per hour. So even if there isn't indeed a tornado, obviously the storm is capable of producing a tornado, but we're seeing very strong winds. It looks like the hail isn't too big of a threat, but if we can get the velocity on this, I'm curious.
We will in just a second.
We're likely going to see some of these wind gusts up to 70 miles per hour. Some of the areas that are concerning to me, we're looking kind of these there's kind of like breaks in the line of thunderstorms right here, possibly here as well, where we could possibly see some rotation. The tornado does form. It likely will be very quick. Here, let me step out of the way. Here are some of the towns that will likely be impacted by it over the next 15 to 20 minutes. If you're in Watertown, you have about 20 to 30 minutes until the storm gets to you. It is moving very quickly and is producing some very strong front gust winds up to 70 miles per hour, possibly even approaching 80 miles per hour. This storm earlier had wind gusts up to 77 miles per hour. So yeah, right here, this is a pretty concerning area in terms of wind. Now, thankfully, we don't see a lot of rotation, but if you click on some of these, yeah, the lighter the colors as they get kind of blue right here, that's the gustiest wind. Could you possibly put a question mark right around here, see what the wind gust is? So we have 51 miles per hour. Yeah, don't worry about the fact that it says negative. That is 50 mile per hour winds, 45 mile per hour. And my guess is that it might even be a little bit higher than that. We have had some reports of wind damage, and like I mentioned, this specific storm had wind gusts up to 77 miles per hour. There you go, 65 miles per hour in your Sun Prairie.
Just northeast of Sun Prairie.
Just by Sun Prairie. We're not seeing quite as gusty of winds in Madison, but we are still under the severe thunderstorm warning. The strongest part of the storm is to the north. So Beaver Dam, Waterloo, like I mentioned, out towards Watertown as well. This storm is pretty much racing to the east at around 50 miles per hour. Thankfully, the hail has not been too bad, but we also have been dealing with a flash flood warning for Lafayette County. Some of those areas have seen almost 5 inches of rainfall in the last 24 hours. If you remember, earlier in the morning, there was a round of storms that moved through the area, and there was also a tornado warning for that area as well. And there are still seeing some rainfall. For those of you between Platteville and Monroe, Lafayette County dealing with a lot of rainfall over the last 24 hours. But here is why we are live. There is a tornado warning in effect for Columbia, Dane, Dodge, and Jefferson County. This includes Sun Prairie, Beaver Dam, Watertown. Thankfully, we're not dealing with large hail with the system. Hail looks to be less than 3/4 of an inch in diameter. But even if there isn't a tornado, we are going to see very gusty winds. And some of these couplets within the line of storms, those are the areas of concern about possible rotation. One right there, and one by Cambria. So those are the best chances to see some rotation. Right now, it doesn't look like we have any small couplets of rotation based on the velocity parameter, but we are still seeing some very gusty winds inside the thunderstorm up to 70 miles per hour. So if you're in Beaver Dam, Elba, Waterloo, Watertown, try to gather any loose items you have in your backyard or front lawn. Try to maybe bring them inside or put them in a place that they won't get blown away, because we're going to see some pretty gusty winds with this system. And usually you get that with storms moving this fast, and also storms that have a very quick no rain to heavy rain kind of gradient right there. So we are going to, very gusty winds, and again, a possible tornado. It's important to possibly treat this like it is a tornado, simply just because of how gusty the winds are going to be. Try to get to the lowest portion of your home home. Try to stay away from windows. Those are the town's list of people or places that are going to be seeing the possible storm move through the area. Also, if you look down south, obviously seeing a lot of rainfall in Madison. Thankfully, although we're seeing gusty winds around our area and we're still under a severe thunderstorm warning, the strongest does stay off to the north in some less populated areas. But if you are within this area, again, those are the towns listed. Over the next 30 minutes or so, prepare for some pretty gusty winds. And although we don't have a lot of hail with the system, we did have a lot of hail earlier. So kind of the spikes you see, one right there, right there, right there, up near Cambria, those are where the gustiest winds are located, moving pretty much due east around 50 miles per hour. And some of these red areas, again, this is like kind of the calm before the storm, because once it comes, it's going to come quickly. And I wouldn't say without warning, because we're warning you right now, but it is going to move very fast. This area does concern me a little bit about possible rotation not far from Waterloo. It didn't look like it on the velocity parameter, but right here.
Take a look at that between Sun Prairie and Waterloo.
That area is a bit concerning about possible rotation right there. But yeah, again, still going to see the gusty winds even if there isn't the tornado. I'm going to step over here to have a better view.
Just to let you know, Jacob, we had a measured wind gust at the Dane County Regional Airport to 58 miles per hour as this line of storms has moved through.
And it's crazy enough, that's the calmer side of the storm, because up here we're seeing wind gusts. Like I said, we had reports up to 77 mile per hour wind gusts.
Estimated wind gusts to 70 miles an hour in Wanakee as the line of storms moved through. We did have a 77 mile per hour wind gust that was reported in Lone Rock as the line of storms came through. So yes, it's we're getting a lot of straight line wind reports out of this. So at the very least, and if you can come to camera 4 here for a second, and you guys just keep me advised about time like we talked about before. But basically, these pockets of stronger winds, as they push into areas of lighter winds out in front, this is where you might see a brief, quick spin up of a tornado. These are probably not going to be long-lived tornadoes, but when they occur, they might last for a minute or two and maybe give some areas of enhanced damage. So if you are if you're near Waterloo, anyway, I would say if you're south and east of US 151 and north of I-94, okay, you need to be in a safe place, because these spin-ups are heading in your direction. Whether or not they're producing a tornado, hard to say, but these would be the areas of most concern. But at the very least, you're going to be seeing some very strong straight-line winds that are probably crossing US 151 right now. Also seeing some strong winds back toward Wanakee. We've already had wind gusts there. Down,
that could possibly impact Madison shortly, just to the northwest of the area.
Yes, and we probably should say, too, that we do have additional warnings that are in effect. So let's see, this is a severe thunderstorm, or that's the tornado warning there. So I'm going to drop that out of the loop. Basically what we're trying to do is keep track of all the warnings as they come through.
Yeah, there's warnings to the north of the tornado warning up heading towards Fond du Lac. I know it's out of our area, but then we also have some severe thunderstorm warnings to the south. So, this includes Madison, Dodgeville, Belleville, a lot of areas. It's a very wide severe thunderstorm warning, including Dane, Iowa, and Jefferson County. 70 mile per hour wind gusts with this storm. So this storm is no joke. Just because it's not in the tornado warning doesn't mean you shouldn't take cover. Although if you're in Madison, it's pretty much over us right now. So what are we going to say?
Yeah, so Jacob, that's the severe thunderstorm warning that doesn't include the city of Madison, but the tornado warning does include far northeastern Dane County, eastern portions of Columbia County, and western Dodge County, as well as far northwestern portions of Jefferson County. So
we have 30 seconds, by the way.
Yep. So this is for those of you watching us on Fox 47. We're going to be with you for about another 30 seconds. We're going to be going back to programming there. We will continue coverage on WISC TV3. Again, tornado warning. That is for the northwestern portion of.
Big concern right near Beaver Dam, and also just north of the interstate heading towards Watertown.
So those on Fox 47, you're going back to regular programming. For those of you on WISC, we are staying with continuous coverage because of that tornado warning for northeastern portions of Dane County, as well as eastern Columbia County.
I believe we're just on WISC TV
Yes,
now.
We're just on WISC. So there you go. So that is the latest radar and the warning that you see. tornado warning, eastern Columbia, western Dodge, northeastern Dane, and far northwestern Jefferson County. That is until 10:30. This does not include the city of Madison, but it does include northeastern Dane County.
Can we pull up camera 3 for a second? I want to point out some areas of possible concern within the tornado warning. Just to the northwest of Waterloo. Again, this one's moving kind of east, a little bit to the northeast, but that's an area of concern right there. There's also an area of concern not far from Beaver Dam when you have these couplets within the precipitation. Could we get the velocity metric? Yeah, it does look like there possibly could be some rotation right there. Again, even though we're not in the areas that aren't quite as big concern, still dealing with some very gusty winds and also possible rotation up here near Beaver Dam. Again, and if you look down to this, sorry, let me just add one more thing. You look down to the south, some pretty gusty winds around the Madison area, but thankfully for Madison, it doesn't look like we have any possible rotation.
Madison Gas and Electric outages, over 10,000 now, mainly on the north side of Madison in Dane County. But again, this is, we're just starting to get that line of storms basically through the city of Madison right now as we speak. I don't know let me just call up our WISC TV camera here just to see if we're seeing anything. So you can see very heavy rain right now, almost continuous lightning. This is looking toward the southwest from the WISC TV Skycam. Edgewater Skycam looks like it actually may be down there. Oh, there we go. No, it's looking in another direction. Let me just see if I can swing that around. No, it's actually down right now. That's the Platteville Queen Bee Radio Skycam. Platteville kind of at the back edge of things, but again, the storms are rolling through the Madison area as we speak. And again, we do have that tornado warning. That is for the eastern portions of Columbia County, northeastern Dane, northwestern Jefferson, and western Dodge counties until 10:30. That is why we're on the air with continuous coverage.
That couplet near Beaver Dam seems to have strengthened just a little bit.
Let's take a look at the wind velocity there. I can hear the rain on the roof there.
So yeah, still dealing with still going to see some very gusty winds, even if there isn't an worry about rotation. I also want to point out could you go a little bit further north again? So right here, when you kind of have this bow a little bit to the south of Beaver Dam, a lot of times that produces the strongest wind gusts. You see how it's kind of like a bow right there? That often produces some of the gustiest winds as it rushes off to the east. But the couplets that we're talking about, which is right here near Beaver Dam, that's the biggest concern for rotation. It looks like the couplet near Waterloo has kind of flattened out a bit, so that's some good news, but still dealing with very gusty winds. Columbus, Waterloo, Beaver Dam. Well, at this point, it's already over Columbus, but definitely prepare now. Watertown, you guys are going to be next. So
yeah, I'm looking at the National Weather Service. Obviously, at this time of night, it's very difficult to get real-time storm reports. We have had some storm reports already from these thunderstorms as they have pushed through parts of southern Wisconsin. I'm going to load this up here, and you can see some of the reports. So we actually got these over the last few hours or so. Let me see if I can. Our storm report here does not want to pop up. Let's try this. There we go.
We have an extension of the severe thunderstorm warning. If we want to zoom out, do you want to talk about this first, though?
Let's. What's the warning?
Okay, so the warning is for northeastern Greene County, northern Walworth County, Rock County, western Waukesha. I think there are several different warnings possibly because those are far areas. So I think there's possibly two additional warnings that have gone into effect. If we zoom out, we have a fairly large one extending really all the way from Monroe and extending all the way through Janesville up north towards Waukesha and Watertown. So a very widespread warning. The system is behind this red box, right over Madison. Moving southeast, what was the speed? Now it's 60 miles per hour, 70 mile per hour wind gusts. Thankfully, the hail looks like it has diminished a little bit. But
this is definitely more of a straight line wind event just because of that line of storms, and we'll show the radar here. Let's.
This is straight from the National Weather Service. Expect considerable tree damage, and damage is likely to mobile homes, roofs, and outbuildings. So if you are in a mobile home, obviously only for those that are not experiencing the storm yet, possibly, maybe go to a neighbor's house or possibly a local store or something, because damage to mobile homes are possible. But if this is only for areas like, for those of you in Janesville, you have a little bit of time, but not a ton. Could we have maybe the timing of that with the box?
Yeah, our computer is very sluggish right now. I'm trying to get this set up so that we can.
So the towns impacted by the severe thunderstorm warning: Janesville, Watertown, Whitewater, Stoughton, Fort Atkinson, Elkhorn, Heartland, Jefferson, Mukwonago.
Don't worry about those. Again, those are outside of our viewing area. Mukwonago. Stoughton, though, is in our viewing area.
We also have Edgerton, Evansville. Not sure which other ones, but the big ones: Janesville, Whitewater, Stoughton, and Fort Atkinson.
It's pronounced Stoughton. Yeah. So, for some reason, the computer is really acting slowly here. I'm trying to.
Still have the tornado warning for Beaver Dam, Watertown, moving east.
Let's try this here.
60 miles per hour if we expand up a little bit.
So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to stay here and actually manually change things. So, right now, the tornado warning, and that is for far eastern portions of, actually far southeastern Columbia County. So most of Columbia County has been taken out of the warning. Far northeastern Dane County, east of Sun Prairie. So the area around Waterloo, certainly at risk. Beaver Dam, anywhere between Waterloo and Beaver Dam, that's the highest risk area. But as these storms continue off toward the east, Mayville, Eustisford, Watertown, you are next in line for this area. So if you are in eastern, say central or even eastern Dodge County and northwestern Jefferson County, that's the area where you need to be in a safe area immediately, because this line of storms is heading in your direction and probably is producing, at the very least, straight line winds to maybe 60 or 70 miles per hour. You see the strongest winds. This is where the strongest winds are likely to be occurring, from Waterloo up toward Beaver Dam. And if there is a brief spin up, it's going to be right on the front edge of this. So the tornado threat, I think right now, is minimal, other than the fact that we could see a very brief tornado spin up and cause some enhanced damage. But with winds of 60 to 70 miles per hour, we're almost certainly seeing some kind of wind damage there. As far as let's put the radar into motion here, just so you get an idea of how quickly those storms, they're racing off to the east now. So they're already into Beaver Dam, Waterloo. So the good news is, once they blow on out of here, that will lessen the severe weather threat.
It does look like, with the precipitation expanding on the front end of it, that would help a lot to minimize some of the wind damage. Usually the strongest winds usually occur when there's a tight gradient between no rainfall and heavy rainfall. It does look like there is some precipitation expanding on the front end of it, which is some good news.
So now the storms have been racing through Madison. They're through Stoughton, or into Stoughton, Evansville, Edgerton, Albion. You're right in line, Evansville and northern portions of Rock County. Monticello, Albany, you are next in line across northern portions of Greene County, and eventually Janesville will be affected, Whitewater, Jefferson. So pretty much the southeastern portion of our viewing area is under a severe thunderstorm or tornado warning. And the rest of Dodge County now under a severe thunderstorm warning until 11 p.m. I'm going to give you an overview here of all the warnings that are currently in effect, and that will kind of give you a better idea. So here we go. You can see just how widespread these warnings are for southern Wisconsin. There's the tornado warning, again, north and east of Madison, but pretty much from Madison to the south and to the east under severe thunderstorm warnings right now. And that will run for at least about another hour.
Now, what is good, although it is still raining, it looks like the worst has kind of passed by the Madison downtown area. Still raining, still should stay inside, but the worst of the storm is this front line of the storm. So for those of you in Madison, definitely stay inside, but the good thing is that the worst has likely passed.
And the other thing, too, that is going to be a concern, at least for some people, is going to be very heavy rain. Already have seen it over parts of Lafayette County, south and west of Darlington, south and east of Darlington.
The rainfall is a bit delayed, so there's going to be a lot more around the Madison area, especially just to the north, over the next coming hours. So it is a bit delayed, but the heaviest rainfall right around Lafayette County. Flash flood warning still in effect, and I believe they're still seeing some rainfall down there, if I'm not mistaken. The severe thunderstorm warning has expanded. It is pretty much from Monroe all the way close to Milwaukee. So it's still dealing with some moderate rainfall. Thankfully, the heaviest looks like it's about over for those of you in Lafayette County, but still going to see some flash flooding concerns, and there's a possibility that we could see more flash flooding concerns across our other area. That has been a big concern on top of the hail, wind, and in some cases the tornado threat. So it looks like the tornado warning is still in effect, but it looks like it's just now passing through Beaver Dam, Watertown. You got about I'd say about 5 to 10 minutes before it impacts your area. The worst has passed through Sun Prairie, which is some good news. Like I said, most of the suburbs of Madison, or most of like the nearby suburbs of Madison, the worst has passed. Still a radar indicated tornado. I don't believe we have actually had a confirmed tornado.
But at this time of night, you're not going to get a lot of real-time reports. So that's something to keep in mind. Just because we're not getting reports that say, hey, there's a tornado out there, doesn't mean that there hasn't been a brief tornado touchdown. Just looking,
the big concern is I believe it's right near Beaver Dam, but this couplet is probably the biggest concern of a possible spin-up or tornado.
And the National Weather Service is saying the hail threat has diminished, and we concur with that. The high wind threat certainly has increased because of the storms forming along a line and sweeping south and east of Madison, now moving through Dodge County, heading towards Janesville, Monroe, areas farther to the west, say from Dodgeville westward. You're still under a severe thunderstorm warning, but it looks like the severe weather threat pretty much has ended north and west of the Wisconsin River. So Sauk County, Richland County, Juneau Adams counties, you are in the clear. The tornado threat right now, highest on the northern end of the line of storms, because a lot of times what can happen too is you get what's called a bookend vortice, where you got a line of storms here, as Jacob mentioned, as those winds sweep out, they can cause a spin up, and a lot of times it'll happen at either end of the line of storms, especially the northern portion of the line of storms. Again, going back to the example that I used, with Dodgeville had a line of storms move through back in 2013, and it caused an EF2 tornado that there was no warning out for because it happened very quickly. As that line of storms moved off to the east, the northern portion of the line of storms went through Verona and spawned an EF3 tornado at the northern end of the line of storms that did quite a bit of damage in the northern portion of Verona. So this is a very similar situation. So the tornado threat is higher here. The wind threat is probably higher south and east of Madison, especially heading into, say, Jefferson County, far southeastern Dane County, and northern portions of Rock County, north of the city of Janesville right now. Those would be the areas really concerned, at least as far as wind is concerned.
Well, what is nice is I've noticed there's already some light to moderate precipitation around Janesville. That will help reduce some of the wind strength, whereas up here near Watertown, we're still seeing, well, not dry air, but little precipitation just to the east of that. Yet when you have the little precipitation contrasting very quickly with the heavy, that's where the strongest winds are going to occur. While there's still a severe thunderstorm warning down here for Janesville, 70 miles per hour. I mean, we could see gusts up to 70 miles per hour, but I would say probably closer to 60 miles per hour for Janesville. But near Watertown and further up north, that's where the gustiest winds, at least my guess, would occur.
Yeah. So basically what I'm doing is I'm highlighting those three areas that are under severe thunderstorm warnings right now. It looks like, let's see, I'm just checking with the National Weather Service here. Not seeing any new information on the tornado warning. I just want to check and make sure that the tornado warning here, there it is. You can see the storms are almost out of that warning area, or at least the highest threat. And let me just zoom into that area so you can get a better idea. This area right here, the tornado threat is going to be highest from Watertown up toward Mayville. I think it's already past Beaver Dam. Strongest winds also right on the front edge of that. If we look at the radar velocity, you can see these pockets of winds, maybe west of Watertown, possibility for a brief spin up there, maybe northeast of Beaver Dam, between Beaver Dam and Mayville. It's like trying to find a needle in a haystack if you're trying to pick an area where there might possibly be a tornado. But usually in a situation like this, tornadoes come and go very quickly. In a minute, maybe 2 minutes, do a quick pocket of damage. So be prepared for a tornado. I mean, if you are certainly in the eastern half of Dodge County, and I would say the northern half of Jefferson County, north of I-94, go to your safe area immediately, because that's the area that the tornado threat is highest. South and east of there, or south and west of there, back toward, say, northern Rock County, southern Dane County, you're going to be needing to prepare for strong straight line winds. Those are moving through Cambridge, Deerfield, Stoughton, eventually heading toward Fort Atkinson and Whitewater, that area there.
I'm thinking the places near Monroe. I mean, although they're under a severe thunderstorm warning, I don't expect to see some very strong storms in that area. But I would say the end of the severe warning, at least if I had to decide what the warning was, I would have said for Janesville up north and up all the way north through Fond du Lac. I don't expect to see a lot of severe weather kind of over here. It looks like some heavy rain, yes, but it kind of looks like the storm on the west end of it is diminishing just a little bit.
Notice the lack of lightning, too, say south and west of Madison toward New Glarus. A lot of heavy rain there, but not seeing a lot of lightning. So lightning is a good indication as to where the storms are more likely to be stronger or severe.
When you have a lot of rainfall like we're seeing in Janesville, it kind of is hard for severe criteria to really get there. But like I mentioned,
they've already had a couple of rounds of strong thunderstorms. That's cooled the air a little bit, but again, northern part of the line of storms, that's where the tornado threat is a little bit higher. Southern part of the line of storms, where the wind damage potential seems to be a little bit higher, and that would be the rest of Jefferson County.
The lightning is much more significant around Jefferson than it was down south near like Evansville and even Janesville, not seeing as much lightning for there. So although still going to see some heavy rain possible wind gusts up to 60 miles per hour, but it's not going to be as strong as what we're seeing up near Jefferson, Watertown, and it looks like the strongest has passed Beaver Dam, which is some good news.
Okay, let's go to the traffic camera on I-94 at Wisconsin 89. This is in Lake Mills, if we can take that. We will show you that. We have it available.
Here are some towns impacted by the storm with the tornado warning. Okay,
yeah,
there we go.
So no, that's wrong. There we go. So this is. No, that's I-39 county. So, okay, so we don't have that, but this is we got a storm track here, and you can see these storms moving eastward pretty rapidly. They're in Ixonia by about 10:25, which is about 10 minutes from now, and then they're out of our viewing area essentially. So basically, Watertown. You're going to see the storms almost immediately. Mayville about 10:21. By the time we get to about 10:25, there's the camera. This is I-3990 at County V. So this would be just north of Madison. The storms have already passed there, but you can see quite a bit of lightning, some heavy rain, traffic moving slowly on I-3990. It'd be nice. I don't know if we have that I-94 camera available, because that's where the storms are heading. But don't worry. Let's come back and we'll take a look at the storms here. Just looking to see if the Weather Service, so just from the National Weather Service, they're watching those notches that we were looking at in the line of storms and those little couplets, just monitoring for tornado potential. Have not had any reports of tornadoes from that line of storms, but again, at night, it may be difficult to get those in more or less real time.
Also, for those of you, thank you for going south. For those of you, what's the county for Janesville and Monroe?
Okay, so Janesville is in Rock County, Monroe is Greene County.
Yeah, Monroe and Greene County. Unless you're in the northeastern part, it looks like it's not going to be very severe. I mean, possibly, like I said, the northeastern parts of, is this Rock County or Greene County?
That's Rock County. So basically,
northeast of Janesville, like that area could possibly see some severe weather. But although the warning extends all the way to a good portion of Greene County, Greene County, I would just expect that over here we're not really going to see a ton of severe weather. It looks like it's just going to be some heavy rainfall.
Yeah, I mean, there's going to be some strong winds up toward New Glarus, the northern portion of Greene County. Certainly far southeastern Dane County and into northern Rock County, I'd say from Evansville to Albion to Jefferson. That area most likely would be seeing the strongest wind. So this area here is that line of storm. Let's just put the radar into motion just to see how these storms, if they're accelerating off toward the south and east. So this is over the last hour. So you can see we're starting to see a stronger push here. This area moving eastward very rapidly. So that would take them out of Dodge County almost certainly before the end of that warning. We're just waiting to see if the National Weather Service is going to continue on with the tornado warning, which is farther to the north. And again, this is for western Dodge County, northwestern
we have some video from downtown, I believe. Where is this located? This is East Downtown Madison.
Take a look at the rain there. This is for Braden Ross. This is at Gorham and University at Bassett. So, that is. You should not be driving through water like that. Let me explain this to you. Do not drive through areas where water covers the road like that, because there could be, the road could be buckled a little bit underneath you. It takes between 18 and 24 inches of water to float a car. And once that happens, you're going to ruin your car. That's it. So if you get into a situation like that, you should not be driving through this. Turn around, find another route. Downtown Madison, obviously we don't have any rivers there, but most flooding fatalities occur in automobiles. People drive into areas, the car starts floating. You can spin the steering wheel all you want, but you're going wherever that water is going to take you. So if you see an area where water covers the road, where there's any question as to how deep that water could be, turn around, find another direction. The good news, at least from Madison's standpoint, as the back edge of the heavier rain is now moving out of Madison, so we're just looking at lighter rain. So the flooding potential will probably lessen pretty quickly. It's mainly in the urban areas, but we're waiting to see. And I'm going to just pass that report on to the National Weather Service because of the fact that it has the possibility, at least, of causing some flooding. Just seeing a local storm report, wind gusts to 59 miles per hour in Monroe. So, we were talking about those storms in Greene County, and let's go back here. So, put Monroe right in the middle of the map there. So you can see, this is out ahead of the main line of storms, which is to the north and west, although there was another cell that kind of came in from the west. But they had a wind gust to 59 miles an hour in Monroe. So, again, that's why the warnings are out here for Greene County, Rock County, Dane County, Jefferson County, all of these under severe thunderstorm warnings, as well as Eastern Dodge County.
Why don't we do a quick recap, because we're going to go out to Armand and Platteville in a moment. Let's do a quick recap before we do that of the current situation. So, still having a tornado warning, but it looks like most of the rain has kind of...
You're going to have to give me a second here, because I've got to do it a different way on the computer just because of the computer situation here. So what we have, and I'm just going to take off the hail here too, so it doesn't, so it makes it a little easier to see.
Still have a tornado warning. Is that expired roughly 10:30, I believe?
There it is, 10:30.
But it looks like most of it has kind of exited the head, or at least the worst part of it has exited the tornado warning box. Still have severe thunderstorm warnings in effect for Janesville, all the way up north through Jefferson and Dodge County, all the way up north to Fond du Lac. And this storm is moving very quickly to the east-southeast. The further north you are, the more east it's going, and then down here it's kind of moving east towards the south a little bit more. And we could see some wind gusts up to 70 miles per hour with the storm, and some minor hail. But we do have Armand Rahman in Platteville with some damage. So could we go to him?
Yeah, guys, thanks so much. We're here in Platteville right now on North Water Street, just right by the Platteville Golf Course. And it's hard to see right now, but just minutes ago, there was a front loader cutting up dozens of trees just going down this street. And we know probably what did it. Neighbors were telling me that it was a lot of wind, high winds that were knocking those down. And that's because, when we were driving up here trying to find this scene, there at one point the wind was rocking our car. There was debris hitting our car as well, and the visibility was near nothing. So even though it was not a tornado warning, as Jacob and Gary said, it was no joke. Those winds were dangerous. And also we got viewer photos as well of golf ball to tennis ball size hail that they said they thought that, someone in the apartment was banging on something because of how loud it was. So again, this is a look at the storm damage here in Platteville. Quieted down right now. Lightning still, though, can be seen occasionally in the sky, but we'll send it back to you guys.
All right, thank you, Armand. He mentioned that there were pictures of golf ball to tennis ball size hail. There was a report between Platteville and Belmont of hail up to 2.5 inches in diameter. So we saw some large hail, gusty winds. That was the largest hail report. The strongest wind gust that was reported was, I believe, Little Rock had a wind gust of 77 miles per hour.
Lone Rock
had a wind gust of 77 miles per hour. Still seeing some pretty gusty winds with this storm. Right now, it looks like it's passing through Jefferson and Watertown. Like I said, it's moving very rapidly. Honestly, by as early as 11 p.m., we may see these storms off to the east of our area. The ones down south towards Rock County may last a little bit longer, but still, this is going to be a pretty fast-moving system. Not going to see much by the time we get to around midnight. And
Jacob, what I'm going to do here is I'm going to give everybody a quick update so that so we can kind of recap everything that's going on here, because the tornado warning continues for about another 10 minutes, and then I'm just going to go around and show kind of a storm track in front of where the storms are. So why don't you start here?
Okay, so you have the storm tracking. You're going to have the storm tracking.
I'll do the storm tracking, and I'll just go one by one here.
Tornado warning, Columbia, Dane, Dodge, Jefferson, although most of the storms are in Dodge and Jefferson County. This is until 10:30. We're not sure if it's going to be extended to impact for the rest of Dodge or Jefferson County. Here are some of the towns that will be impacted by it over the next 30 minutes. Like I said, in about 20 minutes, this storm will be out of our area. Now, down further south.
Actually, I just want to go to the east because that's
Yeah.
the rest of Dodge County there.
Yeah,
so.
70-mile-per-hour wind gusts. The hail not as big as a factor as it was earlier in the day near Platteville, but seeing a lot of straight line winds of up to 70 miles per hour. So could definitely see some more downed tree trunks as well as damage to mobile homes or roof. Now down to the south, the storm isn't quite as strong with wind gusts probably only up to 60 miles per hour. If you click on the warning, it'll probably say 70 miles per hour. That also includes all the way up to Jefferson County. But over here, I'm guessing we'll probably see, around the 60 to 50 mile per hour wind gust range. But a tornado still is possible with the storm, and it is moving a little bit slower, so it may take a little bit longer to get out of the area. So
that also may increase the rainfall amounts too.
Yeah, rainfall will be still pretty heavy down here, and really that's with this entire storm. It's still raining in Madison a little bit, by the way. So
let me do a quick storm track on this. This would be a little bit slower, about 33 miles an hour. So this gives you an idea to the south and east of Dane County. This brings it to Whitewater by about 10:37, Janesville about 10:46. So this is the northern portion of Rock County.
I feel like might be Whitewater a little bit closer, or it might be in Whitewater a little bit sooner than that.
Again, I actually have the line a little farther to the west.
Yeah, it's going to be in Whitewater about, I would say, closer to like 5 minutes, but yeah. Yeah, Janesville, I would say about 15 minutes. Whitewater, about 5 minutes. Evansville, I don't really expect too much to occur in Evansville. It looks like the heaviest is going to be off to the east. Again, this storm is still producing wind gusts up to 60 miles per hour, but the strongest we're worried about is up near Jefferson and Dodge County. But that system will be out of our area rather shortly, heading towards Milwaukee probably by the time we get to 11.
And just the latest, the National Weather Service will allow the tornado warning to expire at 10:30, so it still continues for another 7 minutes really, for all intents and purposes, it's really Dodge and northern Jefferson counties that are most at risk. The tornado warning itself, and I'll move the map here just so you can see where that is. It is basically most of the activity is east of that tornado. So this is where the tornado warning is, but you can see the more severe threat is already east of that warning area. This is more for just anything left, strong straight line winds, maybe a little bit of hail for the rest of Columbia County, eastern Columbia County, western Dodge County, and northwestern portions of Jefferson County. East of there, the warning is a severe thunderstorm warning. That is until 11 o'clock for the rest of pretty much eastern Dodge, all of the eastern Dodge County, all of the rest of Jefferson County, also includes most of northern Rock County, northern Greene County. That is for the southern portion of this line of storms. That's now, and we're going to run into an issue because the National Weather Service Doppler radar is very close to where that line of storms is right now. In fact, you can see that where the radar beam is coming out from here. So once the heavy rain moves over that'll kind of blanket everything and kind of block the radar signal for a brief period of time and make it a little more difficult to give us an accurate idea as to the severity of these storms. But everything that we've been seeing so far indicates this is morphed into more of a straight line wind event. We do have a tornado warning, like you say, until 10:30 for the far northern portions of Jefferson and western portions of Dodge County. But the main threat now is going to be severe weather in the form of strong winds from central Jefferson County, from near Sullivan, back toward Fort Atkinson, Whitewater, eventually into the northern portions of Rock County. In fact, probably is already seeing some strong winds over toward Milton, south of Evansville. Let's take a quick look at the velocity here, and you can see exactly where those strong pockets of winds are. And you see they're not as bad as they were before. Again, the radar, because the radar signal is going to be blocked out pretty shortly by the heavy rain, but pockets of strong winds moving through Jefferson County, not really seeing any rotation, maybe a little bit here that could move toward Oconomowoc in the northwestern portion of Waukesha County, but that's outside of our viewing area. To the south, not even really seeing the straight line winds, maybe some pockets from Whitewater toward Milton, but because of the fact, if you notice, the thunderstorms are moving this way, they're moving. The southern part of the line of storms is just kind of drifting toward the south. So because of that, it looks like the threat will be lessening a little bit there. We now have a flash flood warning for central Dane County for public reported flash flooding, as we saw from Braden Ross's video earlier. So let's go back here and take a quick peek at Dane County and the latest radar. Now you can see the good news is the rain is ending northwest of Madison. The bad news is if we take a look at rain vision, let's see if we can find some radar estimates. Yeah, this is just over the last hour. So you can see pockets basically from downtown Madison back toward Mount Horeb, 1 to 2 inches of rain just in the last hour.
That's more rain than we saw in the entire month of June.
Yeah,
almost.
And then of course, other areas farther to the west that have already seen heavy rainfall. And now we're starting to see that expand into areas south of Dodgeville. So right now, areas south of US 151, basically from Mount Horeb to Dodgeville over toward Mineral Point, south of there, including almost all of Lafayette County, southeastern portions of Iowa County, have seen somewhere between 2 and maybe 5 or 6 inches of rain just over the last 24 hours. Now we're starting to see these pockets of rain. And again, this will update at the top of the hour. So we got more rain that hasn't been accounted for yet. This is not an instantaneous product. So we're probably going to see some 2 and 3 inch amounts from Mount Horeb right along through Verona into Madison, Middleton. And so we are definitely, as you saw from Braden's video earlier, we're getting flooding in downtown Madison because of that.
What's the update on the tornado warning? Is it still in effect?
No, well, technically it's in effect for another 2 minutes. It will be allowed to expire at 10:30. So, I think at this point, we're just going to stay here and until what would be the end of News 3 Now at 10. If you guys could give me a countdown, because I doubt we're going to have another tornado warning. We've updated everybody so far with the severe thunderstorm warnings. So all I need to just see is a visual countdown to when we need to go back into programming. Otherwise, we're just going to fill it here because of everything that's going on. Rain from the National Weather Service. Starting to get reports of flooded waterways and more of an urban response with the heavy rainfall.
Can we possibly bring up Braden's video again, just for the viewers that weren't here with us a moment ago? Could we possibly bring up that video that we showed in downtown Madison, showing just how flooded some of the roads are? Because there is, like I said, we don't have the video right now, but there's a flash flood warning in effect for central Dane County. I'm not exactly sure the extent of it, but I'm guessing that's going to be for most of Madison. So the tornado warning, it will expire at 10:30. Most of these storms are moving off into the Milwaukee region. Down south near Janesville, still that severe thunderstorm warning, and this storm is moving a lot slower. But as you see, the rain is expanding a bit more. We're still going to see the heavy rainfall, but it's not as the red and in some cases pink aren't as dark down there. So my guess is there won't be another severe thunderstorm warning with those storms. But if you know anyone that lives in Milwaukee, these storms are going to head towards that area and still produce some severe weather.
Already under severe thunderstorm warnings for Milwaukee County. So pretty much most of southeastern Wisconsin is under severe thunderstorm warnings. The tornado warning will be allowed to has just expired at 10:30.
At this point, it's mostly just far eastern Jefferson and Rock County, or Jefferson and Dodge County, because Rock and Greene County down south, I don't expect to see some severe weather.
And just from the National Weather Service in Sullivan, they had winds estimated to 60 miles per hour. So that's right as that, where the radar beam is right here. They're getting the strong winds right down the front edge. So I think, as Jacob mentioned, I think the wind threat is even lessening across Greene County, western portions of Rock County, say over toward Evansville, west of Janesville toward Broadhead, east of Monroe, Albany. That area probably just going to see light to moderate rain, not even seeing a lot of lightning really when we put the radar into motion. We're just not seeing a lot of lightning there. So this is where the more stronger cells are. This is more just kind of heavy rain.
Even those areas have sorry to interrupt. Even those areas have kind of diminished since they passed through Madison. There's a lot more lightning across Madison than there is right now. So it does look like, as a whole, the storms are diminishing, not just the ones. So
Jacob,
down south.
Just real quickly, I'm going to summarize here. We've got less than a minute. Severe thunderstorm warning eastern portions of Dodge County, that is until 11 p.m. Severe thunderstorm warning for northern portions of Greene County, northern Rock County, much of Jefferson County, southeastern Dane County, that is until 11 p.m. In addition, we also have flash flood warnings. That will be for, let's see if I can get that here. We have a flash flood warning for central portions of Dane County, including the city of Madison. That is until 12:30. And we also, I'm sorry, what was the time on
10
that?
seconds.
10 seconds.
Much.
And flash flood warning for Lafayette County until 12:45. We'll be back with further updates through the night as necessary.
News 3 Now is always on.
Get the Channel 3000 app, activate the push alerts, and we will send you breaking news, traffic, and weather alerts as it happens.
The Channel 3000 app. Get it now.
Powered by News 3 Now.
News 3 Now is always on.
Get the Channel 3000 app, activate the push alerts, and we will send you breaking news, traffic, and weather alerts as it happens.
The Channel 3000 app. Get it now.
Powered by News 3 Now.